Amy Marlin.
Good morning, sunshine. You brighten my world.
A bit of making the donuts in the background. How you guys? What are you up to?
Marlin, my man. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, mostly that. How about yourself?
Mostly that, and working hard at it. Good stuff. And I've the last couple of days I've been sure, man, super busy. So, you know what? I'm not really up on the breaking news per se. But I'm interested to hear it today.
Same here. I'm kind of curious about the whole Iran deal that we signed off on, and they're going to promise to do all the things that they promised to do in the past and never did, right? Something like that.
John, you know as much as I do that the Iranians are never going to be held up to this deal. No way. Maybe we could say hello to Texas. What it is, man. Texas, you got your ears on. Sorry, I was on a phone call in the background. Breaker 19. It's all
Earth to
good.
Texas. Earth to Texas. Come in, Texas.
He's probably on the phone. It's all good. We could say hello to good morning to Julie. Julie, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm just putting some stuff in the purple bubble because, I really wish we were here yesterday. We started talking about a lot of the things that are going on in New Jersey that are just really making this governor shine, come out, and we're seeing the corruption firsthand. Did you know that we are going to be put back into the WHO in our state, even though Trump has left the WHO? But the state wants us to be put back in.
I
Yeah,
heard that. I did hear that in the past here.
yeah. So, yeah, there's a lot of good things. There's a senator from New Jersey, John Cryan. He introduced bill number 74313 that would make a state a crime to deploy military or National Guard to polling places, which is illegal. He can't even do that. But let's waste more of New Jersey taxpayer money by pulling this through the courts so that they can be told this can't be possible. It's just it's blowing my mind, the stuff that they're trying to get away with.
Oh, it's so bad, isn't it? When you really start digging into it, that's why I would say, John, you've probably experienced this too, where you have a drop off on participation and then it really doesn't go their way and they lose focus, they stop coming to the meetings. I mean, it happens all the time. They get aggravated and they don't know what to do. What's up? Go ahead, John.
Yeah, Marlon, and the way I look at what's going on in this country right now with these protests and these uprisings and what have, they're not organic. they're planned, they're paid for, they're funded, they're organized. So I believe we are being attacked from within. They're not protesters; they're enemy combatants, as I see it. And as far as the National Guard goes, I hope to God that they form some sort of a rapid response SWAT team kind of organization where these wicked protesters that pop up and attack ICE agents, that there's a rapid response from the federal government that comes down hard on these quote unquote protesters. And I'll drop it there. Thank you.
John, if they find out that they're paid, I mean, it was probably during Jack's run. I filmed it myself where all these protesters showed up against Jack and Trump. And again, it happened in a town that I nearly grew up in. I didn't recognize not one person in the crowd. I probably have done so much work in this town, but yet they're out there cheering and screaming, and we could tell it felt like they were paid. I think maybe there's going to be some retribution for that, right? If you find out that you're getting paid, there has to be some kind of tax implications here. The money that these people are receiving, are they paying tax on it?
Well, this Roy Neville Singham, the billionaire, and his wife, that they live in Shanghai, China. They don't live here in the United States. And they're funding all these No Kings rallies and anti-ICE rallies. So those types of organizations, and Soros himself, should be nailed for RICO statutes. I'll drop it there.
Well,
I would agree. Go ahead, Julie.
They raided his facility yesterday, Soros. That, I don't know if people really weren't talking about that, but that's one thing. The other thing I wanted to say, which was a big deal, Marlon, we talked about it a little, not a little, a lot yesterday. You saw the James O'Keefe organization that broke, that they infiltrated the Antifa New Jersey. And they got into the NJ Burn, which is their chat group. And the people that were inside funding this, they're the ones that are funding that. So these little punks, Antifa punks, can come from Oregon and Seattle and all other states to come over to New Jersey and to other places to protest. They don't really care about them because they're just their little soldiers. They're coming over here. But these are big names that are paying them. I mean, there was the Rutgers director, T-Mobile lead. There was a Chat GPT engineer in this group. There was a reverend from Princeton. I mean, this was an 8-month investigation into this. This isn't just with Delaney Hall and all this stuff. This has been an 8-month investigation that got blown open. And I don't know if people realize how big it is. And the other thing with that we're seeing with protests, are you really looking at who they're having as being protesters? There are these old liberal, I swear they're going into nursing homes and they're paying these older people to come out and protest. It's crazy. Do you know that they were protesting the algae at the reflecting pool yesterday? Come on. It's ridiculous.
Now, look, you know what? I've been to that reflecting pond, and when I was there, it was kind of scuzzy, to be honest with you. And I think Trump has an initiative out there to clean it up. And then, they had a conception of dyeing it blue, and I'm not up for that. I think you just keep the water away, just clean up the algae, get it. You don't need to treat it with you remember, that's an ecosystem that they started there in the back of my head. I don't know. You don't want no 3-headed frogs running around.
You're funny.
Well, let's say hello to Coach real quick, and then we'll go back to you, Joe.
Oh, turn the frogs gay.
Anyway, but they did just do that work, didn't they? They just drained it and repainted the bottom and put new water in it, didn't they not?
They did, but apparently there's some stories out there that it was sabotage, that some Antifa people put algae into the water, but also it's the piping system was all filled with algae. So when they started everything up again, this is residual. I don't know what the truth is.
Did you see any teardrops on the reflecting pool here?
Well, and they also painted the bottom too, which it wasn't. I don't think it was painted blue before, right? They painted it blue, so it looks different.
All right, cool.
I mean, so is there actually algae or just these leftists crazy saying, "Oh, the water's blue. The water's blue. It's got to be algae."
Oh
You
no,
know,
no, it was out. It turned green again, and they were putting hydrogen peroxide in. There was a whole thing. Like I said, there's stories that it was sabotaged. And like I said, there was people protesting yesterday. Goats, come on! They're protesting algae. Because he's making it beautiful.
I mean, they're protesting, you know, cutting people's genitals off. So algae isn't that surprising. Um, but anyway, the other thing I wanted to say is I was on a podcast yesterday. Buddy of mine here might not be for you. He runs a podcast, and he had me on last night. So I dropped that down on the hill. If anybody's curious about anything, I don't know. We talked about knowing. How do you know? What is knowing? What is the process of knowing? How do any of us know anything?
You know, that's the same kind of question. How do you learn? I mean, you know, why do zebras have stripes? I mean,
Knowing, you know, what we do is we take all the details of a thing, right? That we're talking about, and all the details that describe a thing, and we put it in a box and we label that box, like gravity, right? We've got a box for gravity. We don't have to wake up every morning and say, why does gravity work? We've already labeled it. It just works. But there's many things out there that we label that we don't really know what it is. And I think the concept I was trying to get across was being comfortable in the unknown. You know, because everybody wants to know. Everybody wants to have an opinion. Everybody's got to have an opinion on everything. And I think a lot of us could be better served being uncomfortable in the unknowing things.
I'd like to unknow a lot of things. The no. Oh, okay. Oh, the no. I got you. All right. Okay, John, and then maybe you could say hello to Jeremiah.
Thank you, Marlon. Yeah, and Julie, you're right, spot on right with the elderly and going to these nursing homes and getting these old liberal hippies from the 60s out on the streets there. And there's a really good citizen journalist. His name is Nate Friedman. If you ever watch him, he goes after these people. He does the research. He finds out who they are, the ones that he sees on a regular basis at all these protests for various reasons, liberal reasons, what have you. And he unearths them, he uncovers them and puts it out on his podcast and tells you who they are and what they're all about. These socialist, Marxist, communists from the 60s that are now coming out of the nursing homes. So good stuff. There are citizens journalists out there that are starting to uncover all this crap and who's funding them and who's paying for it and organizing it. So good stuff on the horizon.
That's what it feels like. I think there are some things on the horizon, man. Let's be sensible about it. Real quick before Jeannie goes, maybe we could say hello to Jeremiah if he's got a quick second there.
Yeah, Marlon, how's everybody doing this morning? Good to see you guys. It's been a while. Been offline. Some very strange people on this app, so it could be more productive offline. So been a little busy. Seen you pop this morning, so I figured I'd jump in and say hello while I had the minute. Julie, Goats, everyone else, how are you?
Good morning, Jeremiah. How are you? I haven't seen you in a hot minute.
Yeah, I actually got up early for once, so see Marlon's face pop up. I was like, yeah, I'm going to say hello.
There you go. That's all it takes. It's you know what? It's hey, we are more productive offline. I'll have to give it to you. Goats, it's just like you said. You know, you said you went on that podcast with that guy. I think I'm scheduled on a local podcast to talk about labor gap in this country in my hometown in July here. So, definitely the outreach. Really, what I'd like to do is get some of these veterans when I go into these couple of VFWs that are on the list there, man, I'd love to get them to jump into these spaces and expose them to it a little bit.
And you know, this guy I'm talking about, just real quick, you know, he interviews regular people, just like not the big influencers, not big, just he likes the regular people around Twitter. So,
hey, Coach, where'd you say you put that podcast on? I want to check that out. We got a couple.
put it down in the
We got a couple coming
Yeah,
up
it's
too.
on
But
the
I don't know what they're called. We got a person for that. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, good to see you, man. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. I didn't know how I'd like it, but it was fun.
So goats, and then we'll go to you, Jeannie, and then John. So now, and I see Texas jumped up too. I got to throw Texas in there somewhere. But
Just
you know,
fell down again.
I got you. You know, hey, just you popping on. Don't you think that Twitter has helped you out with that? Now you're kind of poised for that, aren't you, Goats? I mean, you know, maybe we can have a lot of talking points that hey, we've listened to and hear for years, but these are just subjects that are coming out in these local podcasts. So we're pretty well versed, dude. I think we're ready.
Marlon, I have an intense desire fear my whole life of speaking. You may not be able to believe it, but I have always had a fear of speaking, and these things have helped tremendously.
Oh yeah, Jeannie, how you doing? Good to see you.
Well, I'm doing beautifully this morning because my brain is just going um but goats, you have overcome whatever issues you have speaking. In fact, whenever I see you come up, I'm like, oh yeah, some sensibility, some guy who I love you very much. You are doing a phenomenal job, and so I would love to see you in that arena. Um, the reason why I came up is because I'm going to have to jump at 9 o'clock, but I really would love to talk to Marlon and Julie and Goats and some of the other folks on here. But I think if I start with Marlon, then you can spread the word. Because I've figured something out, and I think it is going to be glorious if the right people get their hands on it and make it happen. Um, and so I'm focused on healthcare, but it could fold over into everything else that we want to correct and track and keep time of. So I want to talk to you about that a little bit moving forward. So anyway, put that on your ear, and if you got time today, that would be great. All right, that's all I had to say. Good morning, everybody. And for all of you, man, this is going to be so good. All right, talk to you later.
Well, thanks, Jeannie. And I will do my best. I don't know today's tight. Anywho, yeah, we'll definitely reach out there. Okay, Julie.
Yeah, well, before I say what I was going to say, just please go down to that purple bubble, guys, and like and reshare the space. Let's get it out there. Let's get this up on the algorithm. If you bookmark it, that'll help too. You can always unbookmark it later. And Marlon, today is National Fishing Day. If you know that, I put the picture of Marco Rubio. They make the special memes for him. He's leading the charge. So that's just for you. It's National Fishing Day.
Well,
Hey, Sally, cancel all my appointments.
that's right. I gotta call my secretary. It's over. Gotta go fishing, man.
Say, Martin, can you hear me now, brother?
Yeah, Texas. How you doing, man? Great to see you.
Hanging out. I am having issues this morning, brother. There's damn device connecting all over the place. I don't know why. I've been in this van now for a long time, man. And some days it works good, some days it wants to connect to everything in the world else, but where I want it to go, man. It's driving me crazy. Doing good, bro. You see the pictures I put up?
Yeah, we're gonna call you Slim from now on.
Yeah, but I got 20 more pounds to go to reach my goal, and then I'm gonna back down off of it and freaking sit back in cruise, man.
Let
I
me
feel
ask you
good, man.
something. Hey, not only with the bit of help, but have you changed your diet? I mean, obviously, right?
So that's one of the big things about it. This gives you the ability to be more choosy, because you're not eating as much. You're not cramming food in your face every time you stop, or be so hungry that you have to stop somewhere and get something real unhealthy. And now we're going to see how it works. I'm already kind of backing down off of it. I never got up to a high dose. They say you can take 12.5 milligrams. My highest dose has been 4.6. Now I've seen other people jack it up to 12.5 and they start drooping everywhere and looking terrible, right? I'm not trying to do that, but that it is, don't.
Texas, what
Can you still
what
hear
are
me?
you doing? What are you taking again?
Trizipatide.
I'm sorry, you cut off a little bit. What was that?
Yeah, he cut in and out there. Yeah, he had a drop.
She looks awesome.
I
Damn,
was,
he looks
Yeah,
really
that's
good.
cruising weight. No, I don't want to meet that dude in the dark alley now.
yeah, Julie, I will find out I'll search for the med, but I was like, woo. But let me go find the med. I'll put it in the pill.
Thanks, Jeannie.
I could imagine that. Hey, there are people that do suffer from that. I think it's the other way around for me. I need something to be able to put some weight on. You would think this day and age, 2026, they'd be able to take 20 from you and give it to me because I could use about 20. I got to get out of this cruising weight. I got to. National.
Marvin, you look fine.
Yeah, nah, I could use a few pounds. Grass don't grow under my feet. That's half the problem. I'm running out of time. You know what I mean? What's up, Rusty?
Hey, sorry. I hope you guys can hear me. I'm sitting in my sauna after my workout, sweating my arse off. But yeah, what he was talking about was those GLPs. I had tried those, and I understand they have like a different strain of them or whatever out now versus what they did have. But I believe, I mean, I don't know. You need to look into it for yourself. But I mean, I was on it and I lost, of course. I gained it back. After I came off of it. You can't stay on that stuff. It's really bad for you. It's bad for your liver. And I have eye issues, like eyesight issues since then, and some neurological issues, like nerve type. Um, I don't want to say damage, but I'll tell you too, it's so important. I hope he's listening. It's so important to exercise while you're on that because the weight that you're losing is muscle. It's not fat. You're losing your muscle, and it's hard as hell to try to get back on. So I would recommend, honestly, there's so much. I'm working with a functional health doctor now that's able to test my metabolic and my gut enzymes and stuff like that. That's really the way forward, to be honest with you. There's a reason once you get your body aligned, it's losing the weight is easier. It's not easy. It's never going to be easy. But that's not a long-term sustainable solution. Big pharma is not, and it always comes with a price. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's too easy, right? And everything in moderation. I could imagine, changing your eating habits, changing, what kind of food you're eating, right? Vegetables, protein based, not so much carbs, and when I was in school, there was a guy that came in and taught our class on some of the problems that he had with diabetes, right? And his weight would fluctuate like, a great 80, 100 pounds at a time where he was retaining like water and basically he looked pretty fit when I saw him when he did this demonstration. But, basically what he said was, hey, if you eat fiber after everything that you eat, your body is not going to store it in your fat cells. So like there are some other ways out there that, hey, we've kind of forgotten about. The fiber does eat it off. I know my mother struggled and she would be heavy on on the fiber end after she was eating. That's why I think most Italians eat salad after the meals, right?
Yeah, and I just wanted to say real quick there, and Carol talks about it all the time. Nothing that you do for your health period, whether it's losing weight or just trying to get rid of diabetes, whatever it is that you're facing, if you don't, you can take every supplement under the sun. If you don't have the pillars, which is, she'll say minerals, exercise, eating right, watching what your intake. I mean, if you're doing that, that's going to take care of everything else. Again, sometimes people do need help, like maybe you've got a gut imbalance or a metabolic imbalance. So you need to get those things checked out. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, but big pharma, big insurance doesn't pay for that. You know what I'm saying? But it's worth the investment. You can get it done for around $300, I think, for the test. So I don't know. That would be my recommendation, because I'm telling you, nothing, as much as big pharma likes to think, and I don't care what it is. It could be over the counter acetaminophen. Everything comes with a price with big pharma, because it's all synthetic. It's all made up. We're not meant to have it. And those things exist in nature. You've got like berberine, that is nature's solution to the GLPs. You know what I mean? That don't give you the side effects, right? You don't have the eye loss. You know what I'm saying? It's, again, like I taking that one shot once per week, but I'll tell you what, it's going to pay off in spades. And again, it's a lifestyle change. That's just, I mean, and I don't, as many big pharma drugs as you want to take, but it's always going to end up coming back if you don't get the root cause taken care of.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have to worry about that. I got to worry about how much I eat. I got to eat more, and that's the problem too. When I eat more, I have to eat more. It's kind of crazy. Go ahead, Julie, and then we'll go to Jen. Say hello, Jen.
Yeah, it's definitely, Rusty. It's a lifestyle change. Marlon, when you met me last year, that was probably the best that I ever felt, ever looked. I changed my diet and I like cut out sugars and a lot of dairy and a lot of unnecessary things out of my diet, and I was doing so well. Plus, if I wasn't going to the gym, I was walking every day. And it's very easy once you stop and you get back into a little bit, that you just gain back a little bit of that weight. And that's exactly what happened to me. I had stopped eating like pastas and stuff like that. And, just a lot of those things I was cutting out of my diet, but it's really hard, because then you all of a sudden miss it and you taste it one time. It's like a drug. You just want to keep doing more and more of it.
And it's
But that's
everywhere, Julie. It's everywhere.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a discipline. You have to be disciplined. If I can do it without taking any kind of supplemental medication from pharma, I'm going to do it that way. That's the best way. At least that's my opinion. But yeah, that when you met me last year, that was the best I have ever felt. Really, it was such a good year, and I've kind of slipped again. I'm trying to get back there again.
Well, pick your skirt up. You'll be okay. It takes work. How you doing, Jen? Good to see you.
I'm good. I just want to remind everybody where the GLP-1 chemical came from. It's actually based on the poison from the Gila monster. So when they synthesize that, just realize, everybody should know every single chemical that you're taking as a drug. When you get it from big pharma, it is synthesized or taken basically out of context of its natural occurring form. That's why we have side effects when we take these things. I know you can't just go out and get a Gila monster and keep him in your house and just kind of give him a little bite every once in a while. And, this medication is good for people, but, it's not the cure-all, and it definitely, you need to watch the side effects that happen with any medication that you take. I would suggest that anybody who is on the verge of being diabetic look into mulberry leaves. I don't know any neighborhood that doesn't have a mulberry tree somewhere in it. They're like weeds, and the leaves work really well for insulin production, like regulating it. It's just very good for that, and it's crazy that it grows all over the place. I think it grows on every single continent, and we just ignore it. And it's really the leaves that are really good for you. You just take it into a tea. There are lots of things out there that if you're pre-diabetic, you can add to your diet and help regulate that sugar level, but also look at the sugar intake that you're having, because there is a lot of hidden sugar in processed foods, tons. And don't eat the fake sugar, because that's twice as bad. You know, if you're if you're craving sugar, get some whole sugar, which comes from, you know, the fruits and things like that. Even carrots have a lot of sugar in them. You know, grab it the good way, not the bad way if you can, and just retrain yourself to start having whole foods. And you'll be surprised that when you go back and you eat processed foods, they taste like plastic. Like, you can taste the petrochemicals that are in it. I had a Swiss cake roll, used to be my you know, junk food of choice. And I could not believe, like, I felt like I smeared Vaseline on my lips, and the crunchy sugar, and it's the waxiness of the chocolate coating. I was just like, this is disgusting. And I used to like this. Like, how on earth was my mouth trained to think this was food? And it is. It's just something that comes with making those changes in your diet. You won't crave those foods anymore, because once you taste them, you'll taste all the chemicals. So anyway,
Jen,
just a little white pill.
It's funny that you say that, because we've removed all of the seed oils out of our diet, right? And this has been mainly my wife has done this. And we don't use any vegetable, no canola oil. We use all animal fat, butter, lard. We rendered some pig fat. I mean, these are the things that we're using now. And now when I go to like a pizza restaurant, right, there are a ton of pizza places here. And some of them have, you know, either Sicilian, you know, thick crust, as many people in the world know it as, and you know, the thin crust too. But when you eat like the Sicilian, I can taste the vegetable oil in it. So when I eat it, it does. It has and this was one of my most favorite pizza places ever, and I can't eat it anymore. It affects me. Actually, it goes from my gut. You know, it gives me, you know, loosens me up a bit. You know, Texas, you want to jump in there?
Yeah, man, I'm still having these same connection issues. So, I missed a lot of that conversation, man. I had a call come in, knock me off, get me back on. But, you know, honestly, me and my wife's been on it for 6 months now. January 27th is when we got on it. So the 27th this month will be 6 months. I've lost 66 pounds. My wife's lost 35. I have read about the Gila monster venom and the synthesization. And from what I understand and what I read, that's just the Wegovy and the Ozempic. So I've got a lot of people that I'm on this journey with, and they tried the semaglutide, which was the Ozempic and Wegovy, and all of them had adverse side effects. 6 months in, we have had no side effects. I mean, I guess we have had side effects, but they're all good. You know, bathroom habits cleaned up where you don't have to worry about waking up and then when you take that first drink of coffee, 5 minutes later be in the bathroom or you're in trouble. None of that. I mean, all of that straightened up. I mean, but there's more things going on with me than I'm losing weight a lot faster than my wife. But you got to consider that I was in a truck for 10 years, you know, driving, and that's a very unhealthy lifestyle. All processed foods, all junk food, because you can't get nothing good out there to eat anymore. Plus, the just sitting in the seat all day, the stress levels was through the roof because I'm fighting with brokers trying to get decent paying loads. Worrying about the maintenance on my truck, breakdown, this, that. I mean, it was just. But now that I'm back in a job where I'm physically active, plus I started TRT since I've been home. I couldn't do that on the road because my doctor wouldn't prescribe it to me and let me self-administer. Wanted me to come in every week and get a shot, which my T levels was 255, which is incredibly low. So I started on that about 4 months ago, I guess, where I self-administer at home. I went through a place and got the TRT, the testosterone replacement therapy. So, I mean, there's a multitude of different things, but that's been the last 6 months, man. I've really been focused on getting back in shape. Man, 6 months ago, I couldn't climb the flight of stairs. I'd have to stop halfway up and catch my breath. Now I can work all day. I never get winded. Don't snore anymore. Sleep apnea is completely gone. I sleep like a baby. I can sleep 10 hours. instead of getting up 5 or 6 times in the middle of the night to go to the restroom, I can sleep 10 hours and never get up once and go to the restroom. Uh, I did move in from pre-diabetic for a long, long time into diabetes. My doctor told me to do this. They put me on the Manjaro. I did not like the Manjaro. It didn't work, and it was $300 a month. I wasn't going to shell out $300 a month for it. I found it on my own. I got it for $200 for 3 months. What we found since we've been on it is our food bill at home has been cut down to 1/3 of what it was. So if we do go out to eat, like we get a chicken fried steak, and we don't go to the junk places, we get a chicken fried steak dinner or a steak dinner or whatever we get. Me and my wife split that, and we bring food home. I mean, literally, it's amazing. It's a miracle drug, and I don't care what anybody says. They can say adverse side effects. I don't care where it comes from. The fact is, it works. I go back for my doctor knows I'm on this. It's on my chart of medications. They listed it on there, so it's there. They're monitoring me. I'm not trusting these other people to do the monitoring. I'm going through my doctor to be monitored. Move me into diabetes was my A1C was 7.6. It wasn't a blood sugar issue because I've never had a problem with blood sugar. My A1C being 7.6. Well, that's exactly what the tirzepatide, which is a weight loss shot, not like the Ozempic, targets is your A1C. So my doctor was all for it, and my blood pressure dropped 35 points. I'm hoping when I go in the 20th Saturday, and when I get all my labs in, I'm hoping I can come off most of this medication I'm on, because now I feel like I'm over medicated because I don't think I need it anymore. I feel so good, man. And I sleep so good. And you sleep, nobody understands, man. When you get overweight like that, like me, I was 346 and I'm a big guy anyways, but that's still way overweight. You know, I need to be about 240, 250.
That's two of me, man. That's
to be
two of
healthy.
me.
Well, I'm 6'4", Marlon. And a big bone, you know, big broad shouldered, broad bone. I'm a big corn-fed country boy, but they, you know, like I said, I don't care what anybody says. This stuff's a miracle, man. Dude, I feel like I'm 20 years younger, man. Plain and simple, man. I can move. I can bend over flat-footed and put both of my hands flat on the floor. Man, it's crazy. But my doctor wanted $300 a month for me to take it. Come on, man. When everybody now I'm getting it for $30 for a 3-month supply. $30. They wanted $300 a month. They're standing in the way of Americans getting healthy, because if American gets healthy, they don't need that medication. They don't need that big pharma. They don't need the doctor. That's what it all boils down to, in my opinion.
You know, in the back of my head, I think of Lindsay and I see the updates of her and what she's doing. And, you know, these things, you know, look, you're right, Texas. Hey, it's everybody's right to be able to try any drug that would help them. Understand, you know, let's think about, hey, you're saying that you feel that much better. You're sleeping that much better. I mean, I guess your mental health's got to be that much better. And, you know, that's a good journey to be on with your wife. I think, hey, watching the results between the two of you, you know, you can make sensible. Like you said, my wife and I, we don't take any medication, zero, nothing. And most of the doctors are like, you're in your middle 50s and you don't take any medication. I just don't. I don't. You know what, Texas? Maybe they just have to work a little harder. So yeah,
Brother, I got to jump out for a minute. I'm going to stay on, but I got to jump out for a minute and do this work order right quick. It's going to take me about 5 minutes, and I'll be back. But yeah, man, you're exactly right, dude. I mean, it's allowed us the freedom to be able to break bad habits. That's what it all boils down to. And I believe that when we come off of it, as long as we don't go back to them bad habits of the eating junk, just eating to eat, because you know you get a little twinge in your belly. That's what this medication does. It takes that hunger away, where you can choose what you eat, and you can eat smaller portions. Literally, we go out and we get a cheeseburger and we split it. That's what we eat. That's how much our food bill has went down from eating 3 cheeseburgers, 1.5 a piece, to eating 1 cheeseburger and splitting it and bringing food home. We don't eat the French fries, and none of that goes with it. We're trying to cook at home a lot more, but we both work for a living. We both work. Sometimes he don't get off till 7:30. I don't get home until 5:30 or 6, and I don't. Then I'm gonna go out and mow the yard, or I'm gonna go DoorDash or do something else, and we don't have time to cook. Um, Sometimes. So we'll run out and just grab, but the portion control is what's incredible. How you can cut down what you eat well over half of what you have been eating for years and still have the energy and still feel good. I don't get it, but it works.
Well, Texas, you look awesome. Those pictures are incredible. You just keep doing what's good for you. I think there's a lot of things people can weigh in on it, and then what's good for you and what's bad for you, and people can listen to that and then research it themselves. And I'm of the belief that yeah, I know that there's a lot of bad stuff that's out there, but there's some things that help people. There's also some things that people really need to still take, unfortunately, because of what they've done to our food, what they've done to everything. So, nobody's going to fault you for what you're doing because you're doing things for yourself and for your wife. You guys are doing that, what you feel is the best thing to do. And God bless you. I'm happy to see this transformation. You look awesome and you keep doing you and keep being you.
I think some of the evidence that's out there, there's a lot of people in the community that have taken it, but I didn't realize that there was a difference between Ozempic and these other ones, and really you just kind of I look, this is not my wheelhouse. I'm just kind of listening to, hey, there are extraordinary stories out there, people that probably needed a little help to get over the edge to be able to really lose that weight. People struggle. My mother struggled her entire life with it. So, yep, to have an option, I just, what makes me nervous is really the long-term use, We didn't care about that when we were experimenting with drugs when we were younger, right? That's a different.
So, Marlon, so I wanted to talk about gas prices are falling in New Jersey. I just put in a picture I took. I think this was on Monday. So I'm sure it's even down lower. We were at 3.89 a gallon for gas. I think the oil futures, I think it's at $74 a barrel now. What I just saw the latest one, so that's awesome. There's lots of good things happening, and along with everything else. So I just wanted to put that in there and show that to you. Yeah, it's actually, this is from 3 hours ago. Crude oil futures are at $73.
Yep, steady decline, right? Yeah, you're going to see that. I know that. Hey, those prices that we're paying right now, they're still inflated at that number. With $73 barrel, it better be dropping off by $1. Like next week, that's that we're paying that higher that higher number, right? And they use the excuse, oh, it's not in the pipeline and it takes weeks, and it's bullshit. They're so quick to raise it. Oh man, as soon as there's a problem, the next day, bang. There's a hurricane in the Gulf, bang, we get it the next day. But when it goes the other way, we always get the story. Oh well, ethanol, and oh my god. Well, maybe we should be screaming about America's oil should be for Americans. Let's start a notion like that. Take it off the world exchange. You know, don't let BP, a British Petroleum, come in and rape Americans for billions and billions of dollars of profit every year. That's what they're doing. We should be shopping around even our gas. We should be supporting American oil companies, not BP and even Exxon. They're a little shaky, but their stock price is way up. I was such a fool. I was such a fool. I was told to buy ExxonMobil back during COVID. and it was like $32, and they were giving some kind of outrageous dividends on it. And now, you look at that same number, it's like 134. I said it a couple weeks ago. I'm so mad at myself.
Well,
Stupid.
not stupid. There's a lot of people that tell you good things, and if you're not really, if you're not a very smart stock market person, like you don't know when to trade, when to sell, when to buy, and watch it continuously. I mean, Marlon, you're such a busy person. I don't even know when you would have time to watch these things. You know, to get in and get out, it's hard to do, and that's why I really don't dabble in the stock market, because I'm going to be truthful. I just don't know the first thing about it, really. I mean, I know what I understand the premise of it, but I don't have the time to sit there and watch and do all these things and make the changes. That's why, even with my 401k, I wouldn't know which ones, what ones to put in as opposed to what they will put in for you if you make it a little bit more risky as opposed to the non-risk. So yeah.
You know what really taught me a lot was the .com boom. It's kind of what we're seeing in the tech world these days, the stock market, but just that tech world. Like if we would have known when we were kids to buy shares in Apple, fruit company, right? Forrest Gump. But anyway, look, they're saying the same thing about SpaceX here. Man, it just doesn't feel right. The SpaceX things to me doesn't feel right. I don't know what it is. Anyway,
they're saying that's gonna, it's gonna drop. It's gonna drop down, and then because the original people that bought that stock are gonna sell, and then it'll drop, and then it'll even out. But yeah, right now it's a big deal. But it will, drop down. I mean, like I said, I don't know. I am not going to be the expert, so I don't want to sit here and keep talking about it, only because I don't know what I'm really talking about. But I do know that is going to happen. They said that, and I didn't hear that just from one person. What?
It taught me a lot, like the VIX and the way the market worked on futures and options, and I was able to learn at my own expense. I lost a lot of money. It was dumb, I say that you just didn't have it, right? It wasn't like I had thousands and thousands of dollars to go buy Apple stock when I was 22 years old. That's young and dumb, right? Not looking into the future.
Not young and dumb, live and learn. So there you go. It's all good.
I don't regret a thing, Julie.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't regret a thing either. Don't, because we grew up in a great time, and a lot of fun, a lot of things we learned and stuff like that. And hey, like I said, you live and learn, and it's all good. The other big story that I heard that I've been reading about on X. So Air Force One, that was the last flight that came back from the G7, was the last flight of that airplane. It's going to be replaced by the new plane that was gifted by the Qataris. The $400 million plane. So that's pretty cool that is going to be seen, and the colors are just going to be fabulous. And the other Air Force One, I'm sure it's going to go into a museum, and it's going to be for everybody to see, and it's just pretty cool. But that was the last flight, was the flight that he came on from the G7, and now it's going to be retired.
Well, and now you hear the mainstream media. It's so comical, man, to sit back and listen. And now, that plane was valued, I think, at $1 billion, and they're on there saying, oh, it's got espionage recorders, and the country's doomed. The Saudis put spyware in there. I mean, that's what they're saying. It's just so over the top. Don't the Democrats? I mean, they have to be like squirming. Like if it was my party up there and all the leftist garbage that they're hearing, I would be cringing. I would be embarrassed to Hey, I'd be embarrassed to have a Democrat. Man, there's got to be some of them there.
Well, I was saying that in Carmen's space just a little while ago about how, they're all parroting each other. And it's like something that, what I try to tell people, like when you're starting to get like down and you're thinking that, oh my God, Trump is, what did he says he done to us? And, because there's these doomscapers that are in there and they come like a pack of wolves, and if you notice, so now the new thing is with this deal being signed, they're all coming out saying that he's given 200 billion to Iran, okay, of our taxpayer money, which is not true at all, but that's what they're going to cling on to. And if you notice, your algorithm is changing. So that's all you're seeing is these bots are and liberals and the Democratic politicians coming out, repeating the same verbiage. And that'll happen. And then about, a week from now, 2 weeks from now, a new story will come out and then they'll be clung onto that one because that one really didn't take care. So guys, really don't get discouraged when you start to see that, because if you look at it, it's a pattern. It's a total pattern. And
Well,
right now
somebody-
that's all my algorithm is, he's giving
Somebody
200
put it-
billion to the Iraqis. I mean, the Iranians.
So somebody put it in there like Obama gave Iran 1.87, and then they got Trump's column. I don't know who put it in there, but and it says 2.47 billion.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's just I don't, I saw that. I've just been seeing all that and I'm just like laughing because it's like it's so comical because it's so predictable now. I mean, there's no other talking point. They're just putting that out there. That is it. That is all they're putting out. They are not putting anything else out on this deal or whatever, anything that's good or bad or whatever, however you feel about this deal. But that's the one point that they're sticking to.
Well, hey, in the green energy world, there was another investor that pulled out of Block Island. There was another investor that pulled out of Rhode Island. They're dropping like flies. It really did work. But we stood, Empire Wind is still going. This is this black entity that you guys, Goldman Sachs has their fingers in this. This is a big deal. I know somebody that's directly affected by this, right? Because that Empire Wind is in between two shipping channels coming out of the Hudson, one southbound and one northbound. And you're not allowed to have ship traffic in between them. If you have it disabled, I forget how many crashes are already up there. Like there's 6 or 8 crashes into these platforms already. Where do they get the amount up there? Because hey, people right here in our own community are up there working out of Long Island, working on those wind projects. I'm hearing it like firsthand. Pretty crazy. Go.
Yeah, thank you. I haven't had a chance to look into this new signing. I had the thing last night and whatnot, so I haven't had a lot of chance to. So the money they're talking about, what is that? Is it just? Is he not giving that money? Is that money coming from somewhere else? What is the actual story on the money, or is there?
Well, from what I understand about this, goats, is that the other Gulf countries that are in the immediate area, if they want to help with the restructuring and rebuilding, and they want to invest into Iran, as long as Iran is holding up their end of the peace deal, okay, these people can invest within Iran and they can give that money. There will be no US taxpayer money that's going towards any of this stuff. I believe from what I hear, he is going to give them back the money that we're holding that's theirs, because it is, he said, as he said, it is their money. Now, I don't know when he's doing that. I don't know when that's going to happen. Maybe somebody else knows a little bit better. Rule is pretty much on top of this stuff, so maybe he can explain it. But I believe that's what's going to be happening. It's not going to be our money, but that is the way they're twisting it.
That's correct. Right. So if you think back to like what happened in Iraq, right? What happened post Iraq? We started sending billion-dollar contracts to a company called Hillstone. Hillstone, before those contracts were given to them, signed Joe Biden's brother to the board, right? So that's when the pay for play reconstruction piece happened, right? So Trump's seen that, right? Where we go through and we bomb all these countries and run these color revolutions in Georgia, Yemen, Syria, right? There's always some grifting construction contractor that's coming in right behind. Well, look at what happened with Iraq. None of that $1.5 billion that was given to Hillstone actually went to rebuild Iraq. So what is Trump doing now? No US taxpayer dollars. He's saying you need neighbors, right? We all need neighbors. We need Canada. We need Mexico. We need everybody to kind of play on the same page, right? Western, Eastern Hemisphere thing. That's what Trump's kind of working for. So you get the Gulf nations to pony up and help them build that infrastructure, and you start rebuilding those relationships that they ruined when they started bombing them in spite of us. So you're taking the onus off of the U.S. taxpayers, the responsibility off the United States, and saying, you know what, you dug your hole, we finished it, you find a way out of it, and then from there they can repair. The money that they're going to be able to get is they're going to sell on the open market all their oil now. So they're going to be able to make millions and billions of dollars a day just on that. But it all comes with conditions. We're watching them in 4K from space. So if there's anything that happens that we don't agree with or the Gulf nations don't agree with, well, then we just go right back to blocking everything. So let's give them 60 days. Let's watch the market for 60 days and see how it impacts our groceries and our gas and all of that. And then you're going to get the tell that you need going into the election. You know what I'm saying?
I could tell you right now, you can see it in the oil futures, right? If there were still problems there, it wouldn't be down in the low 70s. That's showing the confidence in this deal. Whether rule, the problem is whether or not they're going to abide by it and stick by it, right?
Yep.
You're going to see, okay, I don't care who's been advocating for them. They're going to see that Iran is not going to hold up to the deal. I don't care what they're saying, the show that you're seeing, the Democratic point, talking points. I don't care. It's not going to happen.
We have 60 days to sell 60 days, right? So you take this blip, and if Iran goes past 60 days and actually does what they said they're going to do, well, then it's even better. Now you have more days to sell the Iran thing. But right now, we only have 60 days to sell 60 days going into the midterms. So that's the way I see it.
Well, again, a lot can change in that little bit of time, right? The
Yep.
whole narrative, the whole momentum, it can change very quick. That's it. We still got a long way to go to the midterms here. Okay, Julian and Jeremiah, and to Julie, I got to step away for a minute. I'll be right back.
No problem. All right, I'm going to let Jeremiah go because I wanted to wait till you come back to tell you what I was going to tell you. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
I look like he's connected.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, go ahead, do your thing. We'll talk about some other stuff, but yeah, Rule, I'm not going to get discouraged. Our president looked very confident over there. You could just tell by his look, his how confident he is. I mean, he walked into the G7 and basically said, "I'm the boss." So, I mean, if this is somebody that thought that things were going to be crumbling around him, he sure isn't acting as if things are going to be crumbling around him. I mean, there's not even a little bit of a, look in his eye that looks like he's worried about anything. So I'm happy to see that.
I'm happy that everybody's unhappy. You know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, everybody is. Doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on or what little corner demographic they put you in. It doesn't really matter. There's people that aren't pleased, but most of the people that aren't pleased haven't really paid attention to what's happened since 1979, how this all has unfolded the way it has, why the solutions Trump's putting in place are effective. And, people just need to do some research and they'll see the little things. And time is always on Trump's side. It's not on anybody else's. I can tell you that.
100%. Jeremiah, I see you came back up again. You want to just talk? Marlon had to step away.
Yeah, for sure. So I think one of the key points I think everybody's missing in this, one, the fact that everybody else is mad about it should tell you a lot. But two, is that, this isn't this deal is involving the Gulf states, right? It's all the states or countries surrounding Iran, so they can't break this deal like prior deals before because then they're affected by everyone around them, right? So, and a lot of that money that's going to them to help them rebuild their infrastructure that's been destroyed is coming from those Gulf states. So now they're not just breaking a deal with America, they're breaking a deal with everyone that they need support from. They have nothing. They've been financially destroyed as well as militarily. There's just, they can't, this isn't the typical deal that we've been seeing with Iraq, with Iran that's been broken and then, you know, deals brokered and then broken again. They don't have that option anymore. Like they are out of options. And strategically, was a smart move on Trump's part. You know, I think this deal and the reason why it took so long is because it wasn't just negotiating with Iran. It was negotiating with all the countries around them to say, look, enough is enough. It's time to put an end to this now.
I think one thing that most people too are also overthinking is that if you look at, they're not tying the forever wars to the color revolutions that have happened all the way through there, right? That's exactly what's happening. So they how do I want to say this? I forgot what you were saying. Just you go, and then I'll come back to my point.
No, Jimmy, you're right. Because all of the countries surrounding Iran, I mean, they've just been, I won't say controlled, if you will, but it was better for them to stay out of it because they were, you know, all the terrorist actions and so forth, so on that was going on there. If you went against them.
Oh, yeah, now I remember what my point is so if you look over those 50 years, you look at the installation of Hezbollah after the 1982 Beirut bombing, you know, you look at every single little faction that has been created in a vacuum, like Assad left in Syria. It always comes after these color revolutions or these forever wars, right? And the one thing Trump's doing is he's not creating a vacuum. He's saying, all right, Arab Emiratis, you pony up and help build this electrical, like you guys all get along and work this out together. And we don't want any responsibility because the Hillstone company wrote off all of that billions of dollars that they didn't do in Iran or in Iraq. So he's just not allowing a vacuum of grift or terror to take place.
Yeah, you're right. And I'll say this, and I can't remember if Boone Cutler told me this in person or if he said this in speech. So I'm not paraphrase here, but you know, he was involved in that operation that took place over there and some others. And he said that exactly, you know, the color revolution and our involvement and so forth and so on in that, in Iran, you know, there's no more of that going on. There is no regime change. We're not interjecting in it. We're taking the power away from the Ayatollah, giving it back to the people, and then having the countries around support to where America just steps back and goes, look, Middle East, it's yours now.
Mm-hmm. We're actually
in these guidelines.
We're liberating the countries from, you know, the Islam and the communism, and then they're turning around and painting it as, oh, this is a color revolution. No, we're not running the color revolutions that you're accustomed to or the forever wars that you've been accustomed to for 50 years. You're watching the exact opposite actually happen.
Yeah, I think you're right on target. And like you were saying, Jeremiah, I mean, it's so predictable. Like I said, you know, when they know they're losing, they're going to come out in droves and they're going to have the same talking points. So that's like my key that, oh, this is being done correctly. They are losing again and their narrative is shot. So they're going to use the same talking points. So yeah. Go ahead, Goats. Oh, sorry.
One more point, and then I'll back off. But one of the reasons why General Flynn is so hated by the deep state is because if you go back and look at his time in Iran, and Andy can speak a lot to this because he served during that time, but he was, you know, a door kicker doing the raids and whatnot with special forces at that particular time. But anyway, he talks about how before General Flynn took over in Iran as the intel, um, they were kicking in doors and getting no intel at all. The second he took over and implemented his plan, they were kicking in doors and capturing people left and right, and that made a big change, and that threw a wrench in the, I wouldn't say the deep state Democrat, whoever's issue. So that's why he is attacking. He's putting out, I think it was yesterday, the day before, his speech in Trump's first administration he made on Iran and how that's, tying into what's happening now.
They figured out we were getting shot by our own guns.
Absolutely.
Yep, absolutely. Go ahead, Goats.
Just talking about the money, we got that 2 billion in frozen assets of theirs too. And Trump said a couple of weeks ago or a week ago or something that he was going to dole that out to the countries around Iran. And I wonder if he's still going to do that, or if it's going to get back to them, and if it goes to the countries, or is that going to be what pays to help them rebuild and stuff? I wonder about that asset forfeiture.
I don't know, Rule, do you know what, like I said, I don't know. I haven't seen it actually on Trump's page, his Truth Social page. But like I said, there was that little bit of a blurb going around yesterday that he said he was going to give them back their money that we have because it is their money. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I can't quote that as being truthful.
Well, I would imagine that that's part that comes with conditions, right? We're not just going to hand them the money to be like, hey, thanks for signing this document. Here's fucking $2 billion. Sorry, here's $2 billion. That's not going to happen again, right? So I would imagine that chunk is tied to the conditions.
The way I understand it from listening to JD Vance speak on this is that it's not, they signed on the dotted line yesterday. Today they get all the stuff that's in the agreement. No, they have to meet certain stages to get certain things. And from the way I understand, is that the main course of that is getting that nuclear dust. And until that starts or is in place, that none of this goes into play. So it's not the deal where they just send pallets of cash over to them. They have to meet certain parts of that agreement. The same as what we've seen them do, and with Israel and Gaza and all that. You have to, release the hostages before this takes place. So that the guy that wrote The Art of the Deal. You're not just going there. Okay, side of the dotted line, we're done. You have to meet certain strategic aspects of this agreement before you get any of it. So when they break it, they're done. We've already seen it.
Absolutely. And they're not going to. Trump didn't, right. He didn't just sign this and hand over anything back to them and say, here you go. The only thing that's immediately done is that the straits are being opened back up again. And, that's going to help us in the end, even though, like I said, these people are coming out, these shills, these, whatever they are, the liberals or whatever, they're all coming out saying that we got nothing out of this deal and we're going to lose. And he's giving 200 million or billion, whatever dollars to them. And, it's just their talking points, and it's just their way of trying to get people tied into knots and to people to get people upset.
Yeah, like I said about the Cuba and the color revolutions and how Trump's doing it completely different, and how the way they're packaging everything the opposite, right? It's all counter programming, right? Like the counter programming you saw during the UFC, they had Bette Midler singing some country folk songs about fascists, like on live TV. Like everything's a counter program, everything's deception. But all this propaganda, whether it's AI stuff or what we're talking about right now, this is all propaganda that's flowing from our enemies back through NGO networks. And then that's why Act Blue and all the foreign money is being investigated, right? It's all the kickback. It's all one big color revolution that they're running in our own country. We've literally sit here and talk about forever wars and all this stuff across all the world, but we don't realize what's happening. It's happening right here, right now. And that's the whole goal. Get Trump, impeach Trump, install a puppet, right? That's what they did in Ukraine. That's what they've done everywhere, right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Defender of the Republic has a really good video she put out about that. I will put that down in the purple bubble. I'll go retrieve that. Yeah, that's a big thing that's going, that's happening in this country, and it's been happening for a long time. Marlon, you back?
Yep. So, hey, and Rule, I know we got to talk the other day, and I guess then we'll go to Nathan and True. You know, I talked about Yemen and the other proxies that Iranian has been backing here, Hezbollah. You know, a lot of these things. You heard what Trump said, didn't you? It's not the Americans' job or the Israelis to take care of this. It's the Syrians that can do a much better job.
Yeah, but it's a crooked country right now too. And then look what the Turkish did, right? We went and dropped a bunch of guns off in Iran to for the people so that they could fight back against the IRGC, right? So we could have a double pronged attack at.
Yeah, hold on one second. Right before you go on, half of Syria is split by religion lines. It's not a country lines. It's whether or not you support the Kurds or the I forget the other. The Kurds are the northern ones. It's the same exact fight that happened in Afghanistan. These are religion lines that they're battling. So he's more talking about the northern Syrians that have much more of a control than the southern Syrians.
Yeah. I mean, look, and we're drawing religious lines here. I mean, a lot of people would say that we're in a holy war, we're in information war, right? So that's the sign that you're in a color revolution.
Well, I think there's going to be a price that Yemen's going to have to pay. I think there's a price that southern Lebanon's going to pay. We'll see what comes out here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go, Nathan. How you doing, man? Welcome up. Good to see you.
Hey, good morning, Marlon, and everyone. Yeah, Trump is playing a really different game of cards than he has his first administration. And I think this time around, he's really, the way he's playing his cards is letting the enemies expose themselves. And I think that the war on, war off, and it's letting the enemies within expose themselves. And just like you pointed out about letting Syria do it. Well, a key part of that is Israel is destroying a lot of buildings. Trump pointed it out. And, you could also take it as, well, let's let terrorists take care of doing the job, because Israel, they'll do a cleaner job than what Israel is doing, just destroying everything in their path, But we keep hearing about, well, they're not expanding. There is no Greater Israel project, yet they're wiping all these buildings flat to the ground. And it seems to me like they are trying to expand for a Greater Israel. And where they're blowing up, it happens to be one of the largest Christian populated Muslim areas and oldest Christian areas as well. I think there's a lot of exposure being happening. Right now, Mark Levin is getting called out by Alex Brusowitz from the Trump administration. He's kind of exposing him as being the war hawk and going against Trump on this whole deal. But I don't think we're out of it just yet. I think there will be some more involvement, and it just be like a game on again. Oh, look, we're supporting our ally again because they're our ally, and they're lobbing missiles again. But who knows? Maybe one of the intelligence agencies will end up throwing a few missiles and saying, look, now we need to attack and defend ourselves. I don't know if anyone caught Netanyahu's remarks. He was saying that no one came to their aid during the Holocaust, as if all the American lives lost during the Second World War never happened at all.
I don't know if he was directly referencing American troops. I think he was talking about the same circumstance that Europe finds itself in exactly right now with the migration.
Okay, it's your turn. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just trying to help.
Well, thanks for helping. You could put your hand up. I guess I'll land there. I lost my train.
Yeah, all good. Sorry about that, Nathan. Hey, just hang out if you got a couple minutes. Jump in there, man. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. And hey, and you know the couple spaces that I did attend that you guys are talking about. You know, hey, there was a lot of surety bonds, lawsuits talking. So it's good stuff, Nathan. Stay on the track. And hey, right before we go to True. Anybody else in Jersey feel a uptick in military traffic? I can tell you that there is some kind of route that goes, I swear to God, it goes directly over my house. So we've had a steady diet of one C-130s, steady diet of helicopters coming over, and I swear to God, it goes right over my house. So wherever they're coming from, it's directed at Dover, I would imagine, or Newcastle. I'm not sure, but there's definitely an uptick here.
Oh, no, I have not. Well, we're not in that flight. I'm not in that flight path, but that's interesting. Very
Yeah, I mean,
interesting.
even sitting here, I'm right on the beach in Brigantine today, and the F-16s. I'm not sure exactly what planes, but yeah, it's been 2 or 3 different times I've already heard them this morning. Now they scramble planes out of Atlantic City all the time, so you know there's a National Guard post there, and they run a lot of flights out of Atlantic City, so militarily too.
Well, we'll see what's going on. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's something. Go
So if
ahead,
you come
Joe.
to the Jersey Shore, know that you're backed up militarily here. Okay, Drew, how you doing, man? Welcome in.
Hey, good morning. Thank you. Yeah, the Iranian airspace was cleared yesterday. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. It seems like things are actually ramping up, like the other guy said. Even though I guess he's signing something, but I mean, just these 2 little lines say everything. It says Iranian officials believe that this makes it very clear that the IDF must leave Lebanon, and then U.S. and Israel officials are convinced that that document does not say that at all. So I mean, they have to leave Lebanon, else this is not going to go. I mean, and they, like the guy said, they're still like trying to expand, I guess, or I don't know for sure is that what they're doing, but they're taking out buildings, like Trump said. And why are they doing that? But it's just not changing. Nothing's changing.
You know,
On
in
Tuesday,
the back of my head, Drew, you know, I feel like Trump's actually putting Israel in a box. He's not calling for continuity of Israel. He's calling for continuity of all the countries around.
yeah, it's like they're not even involved. I mean,
Israel's last. Remember, Israel was last,
yeah.
right? Wow. Hey, did we see that in a Q drop? A Q drop. Hey, and did they have some kind of Q drop on the reflecting pool today?
Well, what another cue drop is that the world has to see for themselves. You can't just tell them.
No, I get it. You're right, Nathan. You're right. I mean, you know, we're there's lessons to be learned here, especially the older crowd that's experienced this, that lived through the 70s and 80s and understand it a little bit better than most, I think.
Kind of put us in this situation too. I mean, we've all voted. I mean, people voted for the last 50 years for a lot of this stuff too. So, pride always doubles down.
Well, maybe we could say hello to Heather. I saw Heather came up. Heather, how you doing?
Hey, Marlon, Julie, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking.
Well, it
Was
sure
in
is to
my
be expected.
DMs. I'm sorry.
I said it. Well, I'm as good as I'm expected to be.
Well, you've always been mighty fine by me. So this has been a great conversation. I appreciate everyone's take. I'm in line with you. I think Trump's doing really good things right now. He's things up. I don't know why people thought it would be easy. I didn't. I've never known anything worth having that was easy. And we're going to have to get through these growing pains, but I'm seeing shifts. I'm seeing shifts in how people act. I'm seeing shifts in people starting to speak up and say, I don't want my children exposed to this. I'm seeing people stand up and get involved in the stock market. You know, we can really affect so much more change from where we are if we stay engaged with what's happening in the current news, but also take a page from the president. He's telling everyone, get invested, get invested, get invested. Do you know what that does? The more Americans invest, especially during dips, the more it takes stock out of the big players' hands than we're actually playing. They used to keep us blocked from it, you know? And then Robinhood came around. So this has just been a great topic, and I appreciate everything you do every morning, your commitment to creating a community town hall. There we go. There's the right word. There's the word I'm looking for. It's like a town hall space in here where folks get to come in and express themselves. Another thing I really appreciate about this space is that it's protected. And when I say protected, you don't allow obvious plants and problems to come in and shift the view. You don't allow the distractions. I've never understood why people didn't realize that we actually do have on this platform, and it could be someone you very well know, people who are here with the express purpose of creating narratives. They're just as real as the bots. So be careful, protect your mind. It's kind of like Truths isn't here, but he talks about putting on the full armor of God. He does that in every single one of his Tuesday night Bible spaces. And that is what we have to do. If you take in constant information that is false, it will corrupt your mind. You no longer know what's true. You have to stand on faith. You have to stand on values. We voted for President Trump. Stop being a bunch of namby-pambies and panicans. Suck it up. Go with it because you didn't have another choice unless you think Kamala could have done a better job.
Oh, didn't you see the interview with her? Oh, we wouldn't be in this war with Iran. Not if I. Did you see that?
I can't watch.
Remember when she campaigned on fighting trans criminal national organizations or whatever the fuck she used, or sorry, whatever she used to say, you know? But she would have protected all of them. She would have protected the cartels down in Venezuela. She would have protected Iran. Yeah.
Well, that's all the deep state all over the place. That's what's being dismantled. It's not the people of Iran. It's not the people of Venezuela. It's the regimes. It's the deep state in those areas. They have to be taken care of as well. Because if they don't do that, it's just going to keep going. Because Trump isn't going to be here forever. So if this is not taken care of now, this is going to keep going on forever. So yeah, I totally agree.
Julie, he cut their oil. He cut the oil coming out of Venezuela. They cut the oil coming out of Iran. What more did you want?
And freed up the Panama Canal.
Yeah.
He was trying to get control of the Arctic.
Go ahead, Nathan.
Sorry, I stuck. I think there was a couple hands ahead of me.
All right, no worries. Go ahead, Trude, and we'll go back to you, Nate.
Just some weird little fact that when there's high unemployment, which is really not that high right now. How is unemployment? I mean, it was like way worse during the pandemic, like 14%. Now it's like 4 point something. But then people get, they need something to do, and then the military can hire you. So I just, instead of the draft, they can try and get people to volunteer for the. So I'm just saying, I mean, that could be an option. Going into the military to get some employment. I just think this thing might carry on for a long time, and people might be joining the army.
I think
it's going to carry on for a long time.
I think all 4 armed services, their registrations are through the roof. I think there's a lot of pride to be put into that. Maybe explain the education that they would get along with going into the military, and really, there's a lot of successful people when they come out and go into the private sector. So go ahead, Nathan, and we'll go to you, Jeremiah.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to back up what Heather was saying about these bad actors. The deep state is corrupt as hell, and there's a lot of nasty things that are doing, like trafficking and everything else. So don't second guess for a minute that people like Podesta don't have their own people within all of these communities pretending to be the very things fighting against that. They're going to be very well trained in actors, and I know firsthand because I've caught someone who was using NLP to push a bunch of regular talking points, Q information, and then slide in NLP, and then insert, well, Flynn has an army of veterans marching across America. They're taking out the deep state. Really? Where the fuck do I sign up? Crickets. And I call these people out, and of course I get blocked. But I forwarded and a few other things. I caught some bad people doing, and I forwarded my suspicions to a Marine brother that's still within the government, and he caught his own red flags, and it's been around up the chain. It's part of a larger investigation now, and I was told as part of a larger network that he's only a lieutenant. So there's a few people working together to insert propaganda, keep us off course, gatekeep, and make sure that only the narrative that they want to be heard is heard.
Oh, definitely, Nathan. I mean, look at your algorithm now. How is it flooded? It's flooded with he's giving 200 billion to Iran. He's giving 200 billion to Iran. It's over and over and over again where they think they're going to get finally infiltrated in. And yeah, I see the pattern all the time.
And what is that sort of propaganda do? It makes Americans want to get upset and like, well, why are we doing that? We need to go in there and finish the job. So who wants us to finish the job? The deep state, the warmongers, the warhawks. They want us to go in there and finish the job and send American troops to go die. And there's another guy too that I caught pushing the same. Actually, three or two more. One large account. I don't even remember the guy's name, but a huge account, and pushing that Flynn is creating some sort of uprising, and then another guy that was just going around in spaces too, just pushing the same thing. Oh, well, yeah, I can't wait for Chad and Flynn to call up all our veterans so we could take back our country. It's anytime now. And I called him out like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yo, stop at the F-bombs. I love you. Stop at the F-bombs.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. What? It's like, what are you talking about? This sort of language is like inserting, it's like entrapment. That's basically what it is. It's entrapment by just repeating these sort of things to just, if it's repeated enough, then it becomes enough people hear, then other people start spreading this rumor around, and then what if the deep state is setting up some sort of new J6 thing, and like, oh well, we heard it from Jeff or from John, so it must be true. Let's all point to Flynn now because Jeff and John were saying it.
To your point, real quick. I put a post at the top in the nest that basically summarizes what you're trying to say right now really well.
Yeah. They did a successful job right here in our own communities. They split the MAGA crowd. They went in and, anybody that was questioning Trump, they gave him evidence, embedding evidence. That's basically what that is. That's a classic CIA op, building a case on information from one source that wasn't true in the beginning. So we talk about embedding all the time, and it happens right here on these spaces. And hey, all of us have really experience this. And you know what, Heather, thank you for the call out, because you know what, they won't come in here and do it. They can. They've tried many times, and it's okay. They could keep trying. But when we can bring them up here and we make them look foolish because they don't have the argument, when they go out into other spaces, they're less effective. So I think we've done a really good job at that. And I am never going to let these people come in and manipulate my message. They stop trying. So I'm not pounding my chest here. I'm just telling you that I'm just tired of the nonsense. I usually talk about things that, hey, I can touch, that I can affect. That's what I want to talk about, right? Julie, you want to go, and then go to Jeremiah and then True. And Julie, I got to step away a minute again.
Just one little thing I want to push back on, that they're not splitting the MAGA crowd, okay? They were never MAGA to begin with. They pretended they were the liars, okay? Look at just the USC fight that was held the other day, okay? Over 1 billion people around the world watched it, but there was 80,000 people that came to that arena to watch those fights. Whether they were some of them, most of them were probably not even political, but it doesn't matter. They didn't listen to the noise. They didn't listen to the rhetoric. They listened to their gut on what they wanted to do and what they wanted to represent. So I don't take it that the MAGA party has been split. The people that are trying to split the MAGA people were never MAGA to begin with. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Yeah, great points made by Heather and Nathan and Julie. So listen, I just want to say this. Everybody that's attacking Flynn, you know, the guy that wrote the manual that taught you how to spot a psyop and how to react to it and et cetera. Boone said something that I think is very important for right now. Well, two things actually. One of them are, you know, control the controllables, right? You can't control what's happening in Washington, right? We've already voted for that. Now, anybody who disagrees but supports Trump, that's natural. That's healthy, right? You can disagree with something Trump does and still support him. So these people that are claiming if you disagree with anything Trump says, then you're instantly an infiltrator, that's BS. You have to understand, especially right now, like, okay, it's elections, like we're in the midterms, guys. Political operatives are a thing. And Boone has called this out many times. You know, that's called a revolution or a spectacle operation. You infiltrate groups, you divide, and then you rinse and repeat. Right? You splinter those groups, you go into those groups, you divide, et cetera. So anybody pushing a divide or an agenda or, you know, accusations without proof of evidence, that's all an agenda to divide groups. And we have to be aware of that, or we're going to be caught in the middle of it. So I say that to everybody, you know, just protect your mind, control your emotions. And that's what we have to do. And look, guys, vote with your heart and your gut and your beliefs, your morals, your values, not what someone else on this app or anywhere else is telling you. That's what we need to get back to. Like, I mean, President Trump could support, you know, endorse someone in my area. I'm going to vote according to what is going on in my area, regardless if it's his endorsement or not. And that's the way we should be looking at this. You don't have to agree with everything the man says. But thank you for giving me a mic. I have to go. I might rest of my days tied up in appointments, so I have to get off and get ready for that. I'm going to try to get back in here and do so. I seen you guys had a protect the children's space, and hopefully I can jump in one of those and update you guys on what we got going on. I do want to say I highly appreciate all of you. Love all my friends and even my haters, and appreciate you guys even down there in the anonymous listening section. Hopefully we can continue this conversation at a later date if I can get up early, and because I stay up pretty late writing articles. I do want to say that too, guys. If you guys, you know, want to support us, our reach is not on this platform. 17th SOG Media on Substack. That's where we write all of our articles, put out all of our information. There are about 30,000 subscribers over there. You get about 3,000 to 500,000 views a month. And some pretty important articles over there that we try to educate and advocate and I'll let everybody know what's going on, with kids and CPS and foster care and so forth. So if you guys feel obliged, jump over and give us some support. Appreciate you, Marlon. Thanks for letting me speak.
Jeremiah, if you have the links, throw it in the purple bubble. That would be great too, so that people know where to look and what to look for. That would be awesome. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Andy, I see you down there, bud. If you could throw that in there for me, I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Jeremiah. And yes, hey, we're going to be talking about that in links. There's cases that are being opened back up here. I want some evidence of logistics inside of this. There should be some things in there we expect out of those 15,000 cases, and the child trafficking world should be doing backflips. So I'm happy to see it. Maybe it is changing, but let's just hold the brakes here.
Can I ask Jeremiah a quick question on that General Flynn thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you say that was a book, or did you say that was like an article or a post on the Color Revolution PSYOP? That'd be great if you could point me in that direction. I want to read that.
So he has, I think, 3 books out. Citizen's Guide to Fifth Generational Warfare. I'll try to grab the link and throw it in the pill too, so you can find it. But yeah, he's got 3 books. One out on Citizen's Guide to Fifth Generational Warfare, and then on AI, and then weaponization of the church, I think is what it's called. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, but they're not books per se. They're manuals. I would call it training manuals to how to spot it, and with prior actions that lead to it. So, and that's another thing too, guys. I studied those books extensively, and then I took them and wrote what I was seeing, and how this has been weaponized against our children. And on that, our Substack under, I think it's called Jeremiah's Pad, I wrote extensively on how they're using this against our kids to manipulate their minds, get them into these, LGBT plus gender ideologies. So very interesting educational read if you guys got time.
Yeah,
Thanks, Jeremiah.
I'd come
Hey,
at the opposite side.
No, that's okay. Real quick too, Rule. I did put down in the purple bubble. Defender of the Republic put out a really good video. If you want to check that out too, about the color revolution that we're in now. It's very informative, and she's very close. I don't know anymore if she is anymore, but she was dating Mike Flynn Jr. She was. I don't know if they're together anymore, but yeah, she's very close with them. She knows the ins and outs of it, and she's got her finger on the pulse of that.
Yeah, so I know Defender of the Public really well. She is very in depth and knowledgeable about this type of stuff. So I would definitely, pay attention to some stuff. But listen, like, you don't have to agree with everything she says or what she's doing, but she's very knowledgeable on that type of stuff.
Well, thanks, Jeremiah. Thanks for stopping in, kind of, hey, telling us what's going on. And I think we just need to use a little discernment here and have an understanding of some of the bigger plays in the background. Let's just see how it works out. Keep nose at the grindstone. I think that's the way we should treat it. Heather, go ahead. Heather, why don't you get to respond, and then we'll go to you, True.
Just kind of adjacent to what Jeremiah was saying and what I was saying earlier. Last year, there was a situation where I watched a Democrat operative, a very, very liberal woman, break up a friend group on the app. And if you just watch patterns, you'll see this happening over and over and over. And those are the people you've got to watch out for. They're in your local communities, they're in your GOP, they're everywhere. And that's, like you said, Marlon, it's the discernment. So when you're letting people in, make sure that their values align with yours. I think that's probably the most important part. And people tell on themselves, they really do. All you got to do is just listen closely enough. The bad part is last year, I actually warned some folks that person was trouble, and I became the bad guy. But then not too long ago, they came back to me and said, well, yeah, actually, you were right about that person. So just be a pattern watcher. If you like to do puzzles, understand that you can see patterns if you're paying attention. And don't overdo it either. Don't overanalyze. Just pay attention. Oh, they've done this 3 times, 4 times. Oh, wait, I'm seeing something here. Pay attention to that and protect yourselves and protect your mind.
Very true. Very
Well,
true.
usually I could see them coming, Heather. You know, it's usually the first couple of words out of their mouths. You can usually tell whether it's a local, state, county. You know, if they come off like the career politician, they're probably not the right guy, right? So you know, some exposure to these people, and you can use some of the experience here on X to do it too. That's the better part because they're here, and it's not just these 3-letter agencies. It's all these NGOs that are born in our retirements that they unleash these people into our political system.
Twitter's their war zone, by the way. This is
They're
where
paid to do it.
Yep, they are.
They can try all they want, Heather. They're not getting past the smell testing here. That's the best part. And the better
That's
part is
why
they
I
know it. They
appreciate
know it.
you.
They know it.
I appreciate you for that very reason. I think it's important to listen to other viewpoints, but you got to protect your mind. You have to surround yourself with people who are similar minded. Love America. If you don't love America, then you're not my people. You're just not. You got to love America.
Well, you know, I don't agree totally with like everything that comes out of my GOP. Let me tell you, you know, people get onto this app and they talk about, oh, you can just get involved and you can do this. Do you think you're just going to waltz into the GOP and be able to, you know, gain an office? Maybe in some rural parishes or something like that. Maybe it's the case, but that's definitely not the case here, right? You are just a piece of meat. You are a donor. And that's the way they look at you. They'll tell you everything you want to hear. When they get the money, they'll be you know, they'll throw you little scraps, but you're in no way in charge. I can tell you that. Go ahead there, True, and then we'll go to Rule.
All right. Yeah, I'm probably going to change the set of rule. Might want to keep it going. I'll come back in a second.
Yeah, go ahead, Rule.
Be real quick. I was just gonna say, you brought up the interesting point, right? We're all talking about the propaganda, the NGO networks, right? The NGO networks are out there adding to the propaganda, but also acting on stuff in the streets, the ballot initiatives, everything. All that money's flowing through those NGOs. The media then takes all of that and shines them all in good light. So like right now in Nebraska, that's the biggest hurdle we're having is fighting through this NGO network, the deceit with all the local politicians running as independents and all the divisive conversations and topics. And so, I mean, it's an interesting part because the media, we're getting no help from the media here. It's on us. And so the only way you can stay ungaslightable is communities and group chats like this, right? Like finding the like-minded people, like that Brendan Dilley post that I put up in there. I mean, it says it so perfectly. Like those people that are so doom and gloom are some of the most annoying people to me. Like I can't stand being around it because it's like you don't see all the little successes and you pay attention to all the propaganda. And once I recognize that in somebody, I typically just don't want anything to do with them.
Nah, some people put on a good game. Time tells all. You know, especially the politicians. It's you have to be ready for it, right? We're ready for it. Okay, True. You want to splash with something else, and then hey, back to Julie. I know Julie. There was one other subject you want to talk about before we get out of here.
Yes, I did about the green energy.
Yeah, I just want to kind of go on, Heather. It's so amazing that we're even here talking, and all the listeners down there, go ahead and grab a mic. I know it's hard to figure it out. Sometimes if you're on a computer, you can't even do it, but you got to get on your cell phone, download the app, and then you hit the little microphone button and you just ask to talk. And we only got like 8 speakers, 100 people in here, and 25 reposts. If you go down there, hit the little purple button, and you could repost it. And you could put a quote post, and then Marlon and Julie could actually repost that and get you some traction into your thing. So put some quote posts down there, and we'll get more people in here. But go ahead and grab a mic, come on up here and talk. And there's no reason not to. This is a town hall, like Heather said. We need to talk it out, you know. But thanks for your time, Marlon. I know you're super busy all the time, and I'm glad you're holding this space. And like you have an open mind so anybody can voice their opinion. And you always amaze me with the way you come back. I think you're going to say something different than you say, but I like what you say anyway. So it's good to hear your opinion on things. I just want to talk about how come RFK Jr. is so ghosted. He was so important to that COVID situation. He sent 11 million documents to Senator Kennedy, Ron Johnson, I'm sorry. 11 million pages of documents showing the adverse effects, and he really opened up the whole thing. So I just want to talk about this for 1 second. So 45 days ago, Senator Johnson released a report called Unmasked, how Biden's health officials purposely turned a blind eye towards vaccine safety signals. This is the level of BS that we have never experienced before in the history of the United States. Never forget it. Make sure your kids understand what I'm just said. I mean, we can't let that happen again. Marlon talks about all the time, the businesses were closed. We couldn't see our grandparents and stuff. I mean, it's just stuff like that. All the ridiculous stuff that happens. So I just want to read this one little, it'll only be a one paragraph, take 30 seconds. So for the next 3 months after all that, the 25 safety signals first were cardiac death, pulmonary infarction, cerebral arterial occlusion, strokes, and Bell's palsy and stuff like that. So here's the paragraph. For the next 3 months, they received updates showing more serious safety signals. Instead of warning or informing the public, they ordered the data analysts to cease and desist, and then lied to the American public that they weren't seeing safety signals and that any adverse effects were rare and mild. The whole point of using the sophisticated algorithms to analyze VAERS, that reporting system, is to find needles in the haystack. Potential harms that doctors and patients should be alerted to. So, I mean, I just wanted to bring that out there. We shouldn't forget about that. Thanks for the space, Marlon.
No, I don't think we're ever going to forget about it. We're not going to let it. I think it's going to come out in its due time, but you have to understand the pharmacy is a big deal. They have a lot of money behind them. They don't want things coming out. If they had their way, the side effects wouldn't have came out for over 50 years. Okay. If Pfizer had its way. So, things will be coming out, things will be being told, things are going to start happening, especially with people like Lindsay and stuff, and people that have gone over to Japan and got treatment and are getting cured. I think that this is all going to be well documented. I think things are going to happen. It's going to take time, like everything else. People want instant gratification to happen. It's not going to happen like that overnight. But that's, what I see. I don't think people are going to forget about this. And I don't think that you're ever going to see it again. They have already tried to push a couple of things in here. Monkeypox, hantavirus, Ebola. They're trying to push things in, but it's just nothing's sticking. Nothing is sticking anymore because people are like, no way. No way are we falling for this again. We saw what you did to us by locking us down. Marlon and I could both tell you New Jersey was one of the most severe states with that. It amazes me. You could be driving down the road and people are still in their cars by themselves with masks on. So, this is going to it's going to come out slowly. It's going to come out, but it will come out. I just don't think that it's going to happen right when people want it to. I mean, people want everything to come out right away because they know that, Trump is in here only for 4 years. So they want everything exposed, but I think things are going to come out in their own due time. That's how I'm looking at it. And I'm going to have trust in my president. So.
I have Trudy, you want to respond?
Just 1 second. Yeah, I was just going to say, and NBC still, ABC, PBS, CNN, and the MS Now refuse to even cover what I just said. Still, right now, 2026.
I'll have to tell you, most of the TV that I watch, some for punishment, but some for, enjoyment. The vaccine commercials have stopped. Well, I'll tell you what vaccines commercials haven't stopped. The meningitis, the HPV, it's no longer the COVID. I do not get any more commercials for boosters or COVID vaccines. That is all stopped. I wonder why that is. Boy, a lot of the funding was cut out of these programs to support that. Think about it. Just saying. Nathan, you want to respond?
I just want to dovetail off what Julie was saying. Trump's got Space Force, and the White House has mentioned about time travel. Trump has mentioned many times that they have all the time in the world. So whether it's Deep State CIA, National Socialist 764, or whoever the heck it is that's doing bad stuff, TikTok, your time's coming.
Well, and I think, hey, they have used TikTok, and I'll have to tell you, and I want to openly admit that TikTok probably has their algorithm for you more of a local. That's what I see. That's the way that I see that app. It is not like X. It is totally different. It's geared towards my local.
Well, that was more of a time is ticking. Their time is numbered. They're going to get caught. They probably already know who these people are, and they're just watching them play their hands. They see you.
I would say that they're mounting evidence, Nathan. This is where, hey, everybody's been screaming and leaning on Kash Patel. He's got 4 years too, right? That's I think with the unsealing of the 15,000 cases in the child trafficking world shows you that he's on the right track. That's the way I feel about it. Hey, maybe we can say hello to Mikey. Mikey, what it is, man.
Good morning, brother. How are you? Hey, the one thing I have been seeing is these medicines for COVID on streaming services. They're not talking about the vaccine, but they're talking about these whatever they are. You know what I mean? I don't even pay attention to the names, but seeing a lot of medicine commercials for COVID, and I'm gonna call you later on today if that's all right.
Yeah, do it, man.
All right, brother. Good morning, everybody.
So, Marlon, what I wanted to talk to you about was I put it in the purple bubble. I saw this yesterday. It was one of the Protect the Ocean posts. They put it. They quote posted this guy. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. His name is Robert Bryce, and he was talking about the wind projects, and he said that they can't get the permits that it needs from the federal government, and the fat subsidies that it depends on are about to expire. So, even though these things are going on, and our attorney general is trying to say that we won in court, they are still not. The Trump administration is still holding back these federal permits for them to build to proceed with this, and that's about to run out. The subsidies are about to run out on that, so it should be interesting. I thought that you would find this pretty interesting, so I put it in the purple bubble for you to check it out.
So, everybody screamed that the Biden administration did all this this corruption, this, but I'll tell you, in the green energy deal, now I'm going to say something that might be a little controversial. Actually, Joe Biden actually put a higher SEER and efficiency out of this green energy plan. He put in effect of a 40% SEER. This is the capture of what you're putting out comparative to what you can actually make, right? And these windmills have tested between 32 and 34. So to see this ongoing wind leases, remember the language. They were talking about new leases, right? This was a detriment to this because the ongoing leases has already changed hands. They've already done contracts. It's in politics. It's already too late. The investment and money has already changed hands. That's why it's a fight still. So that's why I've been screaming.
But they're not getting the permits though. It's still there.
The ongoing permits are still going though, Julie. That's the key. It didn't stop. They're not going to give Ocean 1 and Ocean 2 any more leases, but they had already gone through Block Island. They have already gone through Empire, and I've already promised this. The contracts have already, the money has changed hands. Do you understand? Like, they're already gone. That word, the ongoing leases compared to new leases, it's the same as the rhetoric and propaganda you heard out of Joe Biden with the new leases for oil discovery. Oh, we'll give you the old leases. It's the same talking points. So Empire Wind is still going ahead. And we have people right here in our own community up there out of Long Island Sound that's working on this. So I know for a fact that even though the hysteria that, hey, New Jersey beat the wind contract, they really didn't. That's what I mean, Julie.
Yeah, okay. Well, I just thought that this was interesting because he's saying that this guy he's a journalist, and he's saying, that these ongoing projects are being stumped because he refuses to give these permits to them. So, I understand. I know what you're saying. The money's already been exchanged and everything, which is going to hurt us in the end because whether they build them or not, they're not going to do anything for us in this state of New Jersey. And if people, until they get that through their thick heads, that it's not going to help us with our infrastructure that so badly needs to be redone. It's not going to do anything. People think, oh, it's gonna, power towns and stuff like that. It's not gonna power anything. It's gonna be an ugly stain on New Jersey. Is what it's gonna be. It's only going to be lining the pockets of these corrupt politicians that want to see this so that they can get their money. That's all it is. Have we even heard from Murphy since he's gone? No, he took his money and left.
Well, you talked about the subsidies. There was an initial investment of $700 billion that the state of New Jersey had to really come up with to receive the $250 billion in the federal credits. So they had until 2026 to complete these wind projects. That's why it was so important when we came out and talked about it. We killed them here because they banked the profits. Now they realize that the windmills and platforms aren't producing a profit. Now they're running for the hills because they don't have the subsidies to fall back on and build the profits in it. So now if they don't get them done before the end of 2026, that's why it's still a push. They're still going to receive some federal credits from Empire Wind. And remember, Empire Wind was bought off and actually powers New York. Paid New Jersey to put the windmills in front of New Jersey. They didn't want to. You saw the catastrophe at Martha's Vineyards when the windmill blew up and there were shards of the veins there on the beach. Oh my God, the millionaires got trash at their feet.
Oh, agree. I just, it's just funny, and then, they got people comparing, the windmills in Texas, the onshore windmills that, as soon as it freezes there, they stop moving, they stop operating, and the problems that they have caused. And then how much petroleum and how much oil and gas it takes to run these. There's nothing green about them. That's the other thing that gets me so aggravated is that people are not even looking at the fact that these windmills cannot be powered unless they are powered with petroleum and with oils and stuff like that. It's like, where's the green? Where's the green? Just please tell me.
It's also the maintenance of them, right? The amount of petroleum that's used for the hydraulic, the 400-gallon reserve tank that the thing runs on, right? There's so many things. And guess who's responsible for that? John Q. Taxpayer, right? They only build the windmills. They don't give them, I think they give them a year warranty, but they're finding out in all of these different areas, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Block Island, that these veins are stressed, and you're seeing it show up on the beach. So
Right.
if we made this investment, because it cost about $400 million per platform to do this, but New Jersey's on the hook, and your New Jersey government leveraged your kid state. That's who's going to be responsible for this.
I know we have a couple hands up, but I just wanted to say one more thing. And that's the problem too. When these things break and die, they're just going to sit out there. Okay. I mean, Marlon, firsthand as a drywaller. Okay. These houses that are down by the Jersey Shore have to constantly be kept up because of the sea air. So, what do you think it's going to do to those things out there besides making them big rust buckets? Not too long now. And that's why they stop being. That's why they stop working. That's why they're not in production because of the high winds, because of the weather conditions, and the salt water. I mean, it's just you can't make it up.
Do you know in the language that the windmills, these platforms are only going to hold up to a category 3. So if a category 3 comes off the coast of New York and New Jersey and folds these son of bitches into the sea, you know who's responsible? The taxpayer. Jersey and New York. So why don't we go to Thankful first? We'll go to True and then Miles, and then Julie, I'm in the background for a minute here.
No problem.
First thing I want to say is, gosh, Marlon, New Jersey gets screwed all day long. Second, the green is only in the money exchanging hands. It has nothing to do with us regular people. And third, the next generation of jobs is one of the ones that my kid has. He works for a big, huge company that comes in and they clean up after the windmills or the oil or whatever it was, and they do regenerative processes to the soil and fix all that. And then Wyoming got mad, that's where he lives, because everybody wanted to landfill up Wyoming with pieces of windmills cut in sections, because the only thing they can do with them is cut them up and put them in the ground. So they need to figure out how to cut them up and build houses with them, because if they don't, you can't just pick an empty state and fill it with it. That retards. So happy to see y'all Thursday morning, and I'm going to get off here so y'all can keep talking.
No, thank you, Thankful. Yeah, no, it's true. New Jersey is being hit all around. It's just, yeah, I don't even want to go into all that. But yeah, the windmill thing is a mess, and the cleanup is the mess. And now their newest biggest thing that they want to do is they want to put floating solar panels in all of our reservoirs. Do you want to know what that's going to do to all the contamination that's going to provide? They already know that when they put it on farmland, the farmland can never be farmed again. It can never be used again. So now they want to put it in our water. I mean, oh God, I can't with these people. They are so uneducated and they don't know. And they just know that what's going to line their pockets, exactly what you're saying. Miles just dropped. I was going to have Miles talk, but he just dropped. But yeah, there's lots of things going on. Go ahead, True.
Yeah, just this one thing I was reading about our 250th anniversary and how we're going to kind of, we're already merging the intelligence of the military. Now it seems like we're merging some kind of religious observation for Jewish Heritage Month. So, and I mean, the difference between, well, the first time ever in Israel, they're going to hold this International Congress of Noahides. So it's basically people that study Noah. It's basically like the Bible a lot, the 10 Commandments and stuff, but they want to install a global court. But what I'm trying to say is the only difference is like when they say you can't worship idols, that's the difference between Christianity and their beliefs, I guess the Jewish Bible or whatever. They say the Trinity is like worshiping an idol. So that's a big difference. And now we're going to kind of we're going to celebrate their Sabbath day. I don't know. It's just like we're merging everything with Israel right now. It's kind of weird.
Go ahead, Thankful.
In California, they put all the Islamic holidays on the calendar for the school districts, and those are going to be days off now for 2026, 2027.
Well, that's not good. That's crazy. Yeah. There's well, now that this peace deal has been signed, let's see, Trump is back now and he's going to be dealing with this stuff that's more so happening right here. Not that he hasn't been taking his finger off the pulse. If for 1 second people think that he's forgetting about anything that's been going on within America, people are crazy. I'm not going to go crazy about that this is going to be a big takeover. I think this is going to get squashed as well. I think this is going to get taken care of. That's my humble opinion. And like I said, not only do I listen to what Trump has to say, I look at his body language. He, yesterday when he was in the G7, he was just so relaxed. He was himself. He was having a good time. He owned that G7. He owned it. Okay. If there was any kind of thing for him to be worried about, it would have shown, and nothing, not one little iota of it showed to me that he's worried about these things, anything that's going on. So I'm not really worried about that. True. I honestly don't even invest my time in it. I don't want to hear about, what Israel, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I think you need just to follow him, follow what he has to say, and things are going to work out. I really do think that. Go ahead, Rule.
I was just going to say, it feels like the opposite. I feel like we're decoupling from Israel, even though we just did a joint venture with them. That's the way I feel. I feel like every country is going to have their own autonomy, and we're trying to break down all these control systems, right? Like the UK has been controlling most of that instability for, like Marlon was laying out BP when I came in here, right? And all their protecting their oil interests in Iran. Those used to be our oil partnerships, right? And then they installed Khomeini, so if you look at everything that's transpired since 1979, you can just see all of the administrative mistakes that we've made for the last 50 years. Trump's going back, correcting them, and trying to get people to be more autonomous and more accountable to their own countries. And that's it. And in the meantime, he's liberating the countries that need liberated, right? Look at Venezuela, Cuba's about to be next, and there's other countries, and look at what Javier Milei has done down there too. I mean, it's just incredible. Look at El Salvador, right? We're focused on the Western Hemisphere. That's his focus, right? So Israel and the Middle East and UK, they all need to figure out how to get along. But it's really hard to get along when you got one side of the coin that's constantly trying to bomb you, and then you got the other side of the coin that's instigating all of it for profit because they make all their money off of Lloyd's of London and underwriting this chaos. Right? That's why they're trying to push us into Ukraine, because they're not going to make any profit if nobody goes to war. And so they're going to hammer and double down until they can cause enough chaos, like Iran, right? Ukraine is the new Iran. So in 50 years, all these mistakes that we're making right now, my kids' generation is going to have to fix. It's the same problem, different region, just put it all together.
Oh yeah, did you see that last night when he was at Versailles? And that reporter yelled out, "Are you going to help fund Ukraine now?" And he just looked at them and smiled, like,
Ukraine's
"Yeah,
toast.
yeah."
Ukraine's toast, and if UK doesn't get their poop in a group, they're facing a serious problem domestically. But not only that, but all their eggs are now in the Ukraine basket. So, well, we're done. We're done helping these countries, subsidizing them, right? They all of their socialist, all their socialist stuff is all propped up by our money, because they rely so much on us, defense, whatever. And on top of that, we were paying the UK to take migrants, right? So they had realized, hey, we put too many people in this country. We need to start paying this other country to take them, because otherwise we would have all been tipped off much sooner, right? Now we're all stuck in this mess. And you're right. Trump's body language, everything he does he's so calm, cool, collected. You can tell he's having fun right now. And it's so awesome to see.
100%. Go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, there's a lot of actors who, the Warhawks, and Mark Levin too. He put out a post a week or two ago. How he supports the Ukraine war and stuff like this, and then named off a couple other countries too. Pretty much the layout of where the deep state wants us to go fight, and all of these conflicts, because I don't think we've actually ever declared a declaration of war. So all of these conflicts, they've only really propped up monopolies, America's debt just grows larger, and where's America's return on investment? Our taxes are paying for our debt and all of this, and it's squeezing us out while these monopolies profit. And I think the people in Washington, between the lobbyists and whoever else, they've really framed this discussion where you can't have a discussion about this. It's well now you're against capitalism and you're a socialist. Well, hang on. Well, what about nationalism? Like, why is there so much to ask that our taxes paying for things that we should get a return and not go further in debt? We're just propping up these bankers' wars, and the monopolies win at the end of the day. Americans are losing our lives as well.
Well, 100%, I agree. And yeah, Mark Levin, he's a warmonger, and he wants to see these forever wars go on too. And I can't stand him. I mean, he's just so up Israel's butt, and I just can't even be. I used to really respect him, and now I see a new light with him, and no more, no
Nobody
more.
can be correct. Like Mark has his moments, right? Like there's sometimes I like his post, sometimes I don't like his post, right? Everybody has their moments, but we were so energy we weren't energy dependent or independent. So all that we've been buying all of our oil from all these other places and stuff. We didn't have to, right? We were being extorted. That's what was happening. Every single facet of our lives was shipped overseas. We were sold out. That's why it feels like we're being squeezed. And on top of that, our lives don't feel the same when we grew up, and that's because our rights have slowly eroded. Like we still have them, but you can tell that they've slowly eroded, and that's why things don't feel the same, because they've literally sent our entire livelihood overseas, and all these countries have now since started extorting us, and I think that's what's actually happening.
Well, I think, like the other Zionist on the liberal side, Bill Maher, like when he gets off the rails and starts losing his audience, he brings it back in and starts talking conservatism to bring the crowd back in. So then once he gets the audience back, then he starts shooting propaganda again. And I think that's the case for a great many people. There's not many like Marlon who's consistent all the way through.
It's tough. The people that you really looked up to at one point, they're showing their true colors, and I think that's I'm gonna give that credit to the fact that Trump came out and he's blowing all this stuff up, and he's blowing up their little money pantry, and their way of living, and it's just for us to see. And now we can really research and watch these people, these big influencers that were once there to tell us that they were on Trump's side, that they were doing this and that, and then all of a sudden you're seeing these dominoes fall. You're seeing them. Tucker Carlson. I mean, you're just Candace Owens. You're just watching it. You're just watching it in real time, and it's up to you whether you want to still believe them or not. I'm not going to tell you who to believe and who not to believe. It's not my job to do that. Just like when Jeremiah was up here, a lot of people have been up here before, say it all the time, do the research yourself. Look into these people, see what they really stood for, see who they work for, see who they work with. It's some of it's right in your face. It's just, you have to be willing to open those eyes and take a look at it. So, go ahead, True.
Yeah, I'll talk about housing a little bit. The housing market is terrible. It's not just stagnant, it's frozen right now for some reason. There's people are selling land everywhere because they can't afford to even think about building anything. Materials are so expensive, but nobody's buying the land either, and the interest rates. So I had a question about this. You guys can straighten this out for me. So it's like we got the rich people and the average hardworking people, let's say. And do they want to keep us in apartments? I mean, they say the American dream, but the government gives out all this money funding for multi apartments and all that multifamily stuff and Section 8 and so if we were free, we've all owned our own properties, we were free and able to have time to speak out and more powerful, they might we can wake up more people, but they keep us paying bills and working and not caring about it and drinking when we get home because we're so tired and living in an apartment, never seeing our future. So, the American dream, I just wanted to ask you, do you think do they like us in apartments
Well,
or
that's the solution. That's just the solution to them selling us all out, right? Have you noticed like all these people now are living in RVs and in parks to get ahead, or maybe they're downsizing into tiny homes. Like, why do we have to give up so that all these other countries who have terrible leadership can continue to drive their agenda on us, right? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, why are we giving up all of that? Like, why aren't we fighting for ourselves? like, like Nebraska, look at it all the time. Like Nebraska, you got all these companies that are moving to Nebraska and they're fleeing like California. They're calling it like the Silicon Prairie. And I tell people all the time, they're coming here because A, they want to save in taxes, and B, because nobody here has a freaking spine. Like, stand up and fight for wages. They're saving tons of money coming here. Fight for more wages. Don't just have them come here and slap $45,000 pay just because they know that you can get by on $45,000. Fight for what you're worth. We here have a value. We communicate very well, very customer service, very hospitality wise, we're one of the best in the country. So it's like we have all of the things that these companies need. Go fight for the money from these companies and quit letting them take advantage of us. So that's it, man. We just need to stand up and start fighting. That's what it is. Like,
so everything has been manipulated, you're saying?
I'm just saying, like, if you just look at the trends, like tiny homes, RVs, these kids that are working DoorDash on the side just to live in an RV as a second job. I mean, people are trying to make it, but they're also voting against their own interests, and they don't realize it because of all the money and propaganda that's coming in from all these other countries. Like, people really don't understand what they're protesting for. I firmly believe that. I mean, I believe that maybe half of them do, but I believe that the other half are just useful idiots that have been brainwashed through propaganda and mobilized and motivated. And that's where the right has failed. They don't have an NGO network to the scale, right? They're so lenient on like an organization like Turning Point. There's not all of these different little factions or NGOs for the right that are, that are doing things correctly, right? The left's not doing things correctly because it's the money that they're coming in is foreign interests. It's not, it doesn't align with what we want. And that's why we're all fighting this stuff at the dinner table, because we're not standing up. Like, nobody stands up, nobody's following the money. People don't know how to research. That's the other thing. People are so terrified of AI that they don't realize how much AI could save them time on all this stuff. So, I mean, I could go on for days, man, but
No, you're correct, and people, like I said, they are listening to whether it be the news, whether it be, their government that they choose, the Democratic, Republican, whatever they're listening to. They're not doing any kind of research or any help for themselves, and running away from your state to go to another state is not the answer. And that goes back to what Trump said. He goes, I'm handing this country back to you, the people. He was telling us we have to get involved. We have to fight for what we want. I mean, Marlon and I live in one of the most corrupt states. Okay, but we're not leaving. We're going to fight for it. We're going to fight to do the things we have to do. And we may not win in the end, but that's okay. At least we're trying. I'm not going to run away. I thought for a while I was, but then I realized I love New Jersey. I love my state. I love being close to the city. I love being close to the Jersey Shore. It takes me 3 hours, 3.5 hours. I could be out of this state and be in another state. It's just a good thing. But if you don't sit around and fight for the things that you want, just like you were saying, Rule, then what's the point? You're going to go to another state with your same beliefs
look
that
at all the
may not have
propaganda.
the same beliefs as you.
Look at all the propaganda that flowed in just on when tariffs started popping off, right? Like, all these people want money. They want money. They're okay with a government mandate of a minimum wage increase, right? But you don't care that all these countries have undermined us, have stolen from us, have leached off of us. You don't want any of that money back. You don't want to hold these countries accountable for dragging us into all of these color revolutions. Like, what in the hell is wrong with people? Like, take our money back, quit begging for minimum wage, and go out and fight for a career. Like, we need to mobilize people back into the workforce instead of using immigration as a solution, or tiny homes or apartments. Like, we're selling ourselves out. We don't realize it, and it's because there's so much money in propaganda coming through these NGO networks. It's disgusting. And then the anonymous donations coming through these Act Blue, WinRed, all these platforms. Both sides are complicit, but I can tell you right now, it all comes down to policy, principles, all of that. And there's a reason, right? There's a reason people use anonymous accounts on Twitter, and it's the same thing. Like, there's nothing wrong with the dark money thing, but that's why it comes down to policy, right? Where's the dark money flowing? What's the propaganda it's pushing? What policies is it pushing? That's the stuff that matters. And until we start following the money, we're all going to be in the same trap over and over and over again.
Oh, I
And
agree. So
you're
go ahead,
talking.
Marlon. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I think there's more NGO money inside of our political system than anybody knows. Again, if you went to these political functions, you can see these lobbyists and the NGOs and the people out there pushing policy. They're the number one donors. Of course, they're going to do it. You know, why are we standing here saying, hey, we expected or we assumed that political figure was going to do the right thing? You know, the assumption, you know what happened when you assume, right? You make a ass out of you and me, right? Anyway, maybe Mr. Smalls, and then maybe we could say hello to Gain.
Good morning, everybody. I hope I'm coming in loud and clear. Yeah, interesting. I just kind of popped in. You guys are talking my language, obviously. The windmills, no matter land, sea, sky, space, they're useless. They take too much energy. They take too much petroleum. They're leaking everywhere. They're killing the birds, the sea life, so on and so forth. Green is not actually the color green or green for the planet. It's just a fancy word they attach so the people that are watching along have something to attach themselves to. Like Trump bad, Orange Man this, and all the political bullshit rhetoric. It's very easy for people to fall for those traps. You guys were just talking about all the countries that have been teaching off and the system and the money. I do believe that's why we're entering a new financial era. It looks more and more like there's a big shift coming to more accountability with dollars that are easily trackable so that the dark money can't just flow in the back of planes. Obama. The Iran thing is amazing. I honestly don't know if that's going to stick. It doesn't matter. That's down to the Crown Corporation crumbling under itself. The monetary inflation is ridiculous. The printing presses are running at high speed. We watched the G7 and it looked like Carney there was groveling to Trump for our 1.5% of Chinese EVs coming over. I hope Trump stuffs another mud hole in his ass. It's just unreal. I think instead of claiming your money back, because money is fake and gay, sorry for the terminology, but I think you should just take the countries that have been pissing around. Fortress. And let's, realign with truth and proper science, and don't stop questioning something until it's absolutely, undeniably, unfungible that you cannot like mess with the results. Just because
Oh,
don't
Mr.
believe
Smalls,
anything, find it.
you're breaking up.
Wow, Mr. Smalls.
And this guy was bringing the right energy too.
Oh yeah, come on. He's our most favorite Alberti in the space. So Mr. Smalls, you want to try again and maybe we can say hello to Game?
Yeah, sorry guys. I think I'm back.
Yep,
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, so sorry, I'm just driving in the rurals. I'm quite a ways from my town right now, looking out. I'm actually headed to a deer spot to look for some deer, Marlon. But yeah, guys, I think there's so much energy. There's so much change. We're definitely riding a wave of powers through or strength through power. I think that it's really amazing to see you guys in America. I don't want to say all of you because there's still sleepers, just like in Canada, but I think your percentages are much higher. There's more people talking about it. There's more people affected. It's more right in your face. Up here in Canada, I don't know if you're following. If you aren't, they just ran through 3 bills for us. So by Friday, there's a good chance that a lot of Canadians will be minding their tongue because we're in that Orwellian make a meme and go to jail for 2 years phase up here. Alberta's separation is still moving on.
Oh, we lost you again. You must be in a rural area.
That just shows you, what, hey, there's somebody from Alberta that's been in here for years listening. And, it's good to get the fresh perspective outside of, hey, our normal U.S. life, right?
Well, Marlon, let me really quick before you go to Game Tech. We were just kind of talking about this a little bit in Carmen's space about how, people that are not awake yet as opposed to awake. And, not everybody comes on to X. Not everybody's into the social media aspect of it, but they're still awake. They may not be as awake as some people that are in this space or in this app, but they are. And I was at work. We were at work the other day and we were talking with a bunch of people and, of different cultures they were very much supporting what was going on in the country and very much aware of what was going on. And they are not on X. They are not learning their stuff from X, but they're not learning it from the mainstream media either. They are wise to it. So, there is a lot more people awake, which is really kind of making me happy that really this is happening, that they are awake and they know what's going on without, so much being on X. I mean, I encourage them to go on to X because they would be with more like-minded people that they could learn more stuff from, even than I could sit there and talk to them about. But it was encouraging to me to be around these people, and they really are awake and alert and know what's going on, got their finger on the pulse.
Yeah, we'll give Mr. Smalls another shot there and we'll say hello to Game.
Yeah, I'll be real quick. So in wrapping up, you guys have a unique opportunity. Julie just said there's a lot of people, those mustard seeds from 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago that you planted are starting to come to fruition. I can see it in my own community too, with the pushback from the politics to bodily autonomy. It's all starting to come to the forefront. I think the nations that are trying to suppress the people and our free speech is just because they are so shit scared of what Trump is actually accomplishing. You guys have a powerful leader that understands behind the scenes what's going on, and he's literally just standing on the stage at this point and directly laser painting for the people that are truly awake in this movement to say, hey guys, I got you, don't worry, we're cranking forward. Yeah, it's not as quick as some of us would like because it's been a long time, but there is movement in a positive direction. Freedom will reign. It's only a matter of time until there's enough of us that stand up. The boot on our neck is so tight right now. So you guys keep putting those mustard seeds out. They're literally growing in weeks at this point. Don't stop. You have a leader that trusts the people of your country. Power to the people. Let's freaking go. You guys are off. Thank you so much. I'll yield back.
Great to see you, Mr. Smalls. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks,
Get
Mr. Smalls.
Get my deer hunting spot figured out, would you?
Yeah, Marlon, I got you. We actually just got, me and my buddy, another probably 4 section square. So we're range road to range road, township to township, and there's got to be 3/4 of it just bush. So we're on some real hot deer right now. I'm setting up cameras today, so I'll let you know if I see any worthwhile chasing.
Yep, you can slide them pictures into my DMs, no problem, Mr. Smalls. Good to see you, man. Hey, quickly, just I gotta say what's up. The game, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Good morning, Marlon. How's everybody?
Doing great, brother. Doing great, man.
That's good. I don't have nothing. I just wanted to say hi to you.
That's good. I
haven't seen you in a minute.
Thankful. I see you've been running some spaces. I got it sometimes in the afternoons. I'm really busy, man. I take the time away and I got to really hustle in the afternoons, but man, I'll try and jump in whenever I can.
No, you're good, man. I love that you continue doing this in the morning. It's the best show in the morning on Spaces. So I'm here and I'm enjoying it. I do have a subspace that I have to get to here in the next 15, 20 minutes, but I'm just here to support you, buddy.
Appreciate your game. Hey, you had a kick-ass space the other night. I know it went on for a little while. I listened to some of the recording, but yeah, man, anybody that's not following game, give him a shout. He's a good follow.
Appreciate
it. Absolutely. Hey, let's get Drew and then we'll go to Rule. And then, we're going to think about getting some last thoughts here and we're going to wrap it up.
Yeah, just to kind of continue a little bit. So then they also offered the 50-year mortgages, which is a complete joke. So you're going to be dead before you actually own your house. But just think about how bad we are right now. What he was saying about how we're taking money. I forget who that was. Was Mr. About taking money from other countries and all that stuff and standing up for us. So that guy, that was awesome. But that's what kind of brought in nationalism. He's talking about nationalism. Quit freaking. So, I mean, let's talk about Hitler for a second. He took 12 years to come into power because people were printing wheelbarrows full of money to buy a freaking sandwich or something. So, and that's what we are right now. We got this tent that's been sitting out there with these holes that are just about to break, and pine needles are just piling up on years and years, and it's about to fall down. This is the scary part. They are printing $1,000 million every month just to pay the interest on the freaking $40 trillion, right? So, when you have a credit card, everybody tells you don't just make the interest payments. That's not going to do anything, right? But that's what we're doing. We're just doing that. We're just making interest payments. 1,000, and we're spending money on every bomb. I don't know what $6 million of freaking missile over there. Like money is just going out of style. I mean, and then our poor young people can't buy a house till 40. One thing that happened positive is the DOJ, with all this EEO stuff, and they, to make a long story short, they were like, if Marlon wanted to hire a bunch of, I think you do sheetrocking. So if you wanted to hire a bunch of workers, you could do it with your own test. You give them a test and then put them through a program and you could hire them. But they changed it kind of with this DEI stuff where you had to have a college degree, which made everybody go get a university freaking $150 freaking loan that they could never pay back. And then people say they're useless. I can't get a job now. Well, the DOJ about a month ago or so removed that. It might have been less than that, 2 weeks ago. Removed that requirement where they were scrutinizing all the tests and requiring businesses to have hire people with university degrees. So now you can create your own test. You have to kind of research what I'm saying. It's kind of complicated, but basically remove the testing scrutinization, basically. So you can hire people now based on a test, and you're the owner, so you can qualify them. So, but anyway,
yes, that's true. You're all over the map today. We can't keep going into different conversations here. We're on one thing and then you keep changing it. So we're going to move on, okay? Because Marlon does have to close, okay?
Look, there's some discussions there we can bring up in another space, but hey, we're kind of down to the end of it, Drew. Again, I think what we should do is kind of follow the lead of Sam Fettis, right? He was on the Colonel show, and he talked about, hey, throttling some of this money. And he talked about, everybody's screaming about Israel and how much we give to Central America and the other countries. I think maybe it's time for a question and a pause. Right, let's not just rip all the funding away because there's probably a lot of people that are depending on it. But let's hold it back. Let's do a test and see. If you held, say for 2 days, 3 days, you held up funding for Israel. boy, I think that would run through that government. Holy shit, the Americans are pulling back and we're not going to have them on, blah, 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 blah. You know, I think some of these people you can get in check like that. So we'll see. I think pulling some of the funding, he threatened in his first administration about Central America. He wasn't getting the continuity out of immigration. And you saw how that kind of snapped too. Kind of lost our way in Biden administration, but I would think the immigration thing's kind of clamped down a bit. More self-deporting right now that I see. Go ahead, Rule. You want to jump in there for your last thought?
Yeah, I just wanted to build on what Julie was talking about, and then what we were talking about, the NGO structure, right? The difference between the left and the right. So right now, there's a ton of opportunity for people like Julie, people like Marlon. Go start a nonprofit and go out and start educating people. Go working with the universities, teaching them how to do all types of stuff, right? There's so many opportunities out there for people on the right to get active. And that's the difference, right? You don't want to stop the funding, like you're saying, or like with this NGO stuff, right? Because it's legal. Technically, it's legal. But what you can do is change some of the laws to provide for transparency, right? For, certain sizable donations and the way they're passing through, right? That you can provide transparency. And I think that that's the solution. And then from there, it's just motivating us to start building out similar infrastructures, right? And we don't really. It's hard to get motivated to do something like this when you don't realize what you're up against, because their infrastructure will attack your infrastructure, right? And so we got a lot of building to do, because they will attack you and demotivate you. I've talked to plenty of people who've set up these nonprofits in the past that have closed down the doors because they were tired of all the drama. But now they know what they're up against and they want to start their nonprofits up again. So it's incredibly motivating to know what you're up against, and that's the wave that Smalls is talking about. That freedom wave is coming, whether they see it or not.
When it comes to the status of whether you're being a nonprofit and your tax status, it takes time to get those approved. That this isn't something that, hey, you could just, hey, I want to open up a nonprofit at 501(c) and open it tomorrow. You have to do all the steps and you have to be approved, and all these other steps that go along with it that people really don't talk about that part of it, right? And some of these nonprofits can restrict you. 501(c), you're not allowed to be involved in any legislation that's going on. So, I mean, could you imagine if they put a cap on me and I'm not allowed to really interject in any kind of legislation happening around me? No, I don't want that. I don't want to be restricted by a 501(c). Now, there are other ones out there that you manipulate, but, I think some of that shit is coming to the end. These nonprofits, it's unfortunate because the word nonprofit doesn't mean that the company doesn't make profit and the people actually take a paycheck. So it's more of informing them on actually what a nonprofit is. So, Rule, I appreciate you coming in today. Nathan, always great to see you. Mr. Smalls, thankful. Sovereign, did you want to say something before we bounce? I just want to give you a quick opportunity.
No, just everybody have a good day. Thanks, Marlon.
Well, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. And Julie, as always, thanks for going up there and co-hosting with me. I appreciate it. Couldn't have done it without you.
Well, thank you. Yes, it was a great space again today, guys. There was a lot of good subjects we brought up today. We were talking about. So please, go down to that purple bubble, like and reshare that. Also, it's being live streamed over on YouTube and on Rumble. If you can go over to American X Live over there and just give it the thumbs up, get it up on the algorithm. It's important. There was a lot of good stuff. If you like the people that were speaking today, follow them. There's always going to be things happening, and we have to keep that head on our swivel. Our job is important, and that job was given to us by our commander in chief, and he told us to take care of our own backyard, basically, and that's what we should all be doing. And I'm hoping that everybody is doing that in some small way in their own states, and getting this, helping to get all the corruption removed. Anyway, have a great day. don't work too hard, as Marlon would say, but I'll let him say that. And I love you all. See you tomorrow, and God bless America.
God bless America. Heather, thanks for coming in. Hey, I do thank everybody who came up and contributed today, and thanks for the in and out there. I got lots going on in the background, so I do appreciate you guys coming in and supporting, no matter who's up here, Truth or Julie or Terry or Nika or a whole list of other people there. So I appreciate everybody coming in and helping. I couldn't do it without your help, and I want you all to enjoy the rest of your day. God bless America. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Marlon.
Donuts in the background. How you guys? What are you up to? Good stuff. And the last couple of days I've been super busy. So, you know what? I'm not really up on the breaking news per se.
Something like that.
John, you know as much as I do that the Iranians are never going to be held or breaker 1-9. It's all good.
Earth to Texas. Earth to Texas.
He's probably on the phone. It's all good. We could say hello to good morning to Julie. Julie, how you doing?
Really making this governor shine. It wants us to be put back in. Yeah. Trying to deploy military or not. It's blowing my mind. The stuff that they're trying to get away with.
And they lose focus. They stop coming to the meetings. I mean, it happens all the time. They get aggravated and they don't know what to do. What's up? Go ahead, John.
Yeah, attacked from within. They're not protesters that pop up.
It was probably during Jack's run. I filmed it myself where all these protesters, we could tell it's people are receiving. Are they?
So those types of organizations and
people really weren't talking about that, but that's one thing. The other thing I wanted to say, and they go to New Jersey and to other places in this group. I don't know if people realize how big it is. And the other thing that they protested.
Trump has an initiative out there to. I don't know. You don't want no three-headed frogs on her.
Work, didn't they? They just drained it and repainted.
No, it's the pipe.
Them too, which algae.
They're protesting algae. They're
a buddy of mine here is knowing what is the knowing. What we do is we take all the details, but there's many things out there that we lay. A lot of us could.
Okay. Oh, I got you. All right. Okay, John, and then maybe you could say hello to Jeremiah.
Journalist, his name covers them. All this crap and who's
let's be sensible about it. Real quick before Jeannie goes,
people on this app, so it could be more. Yeah, I actually got up early for once, so see Marlon's face pop up. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go in and say hello.
There you go. That's all it takes. It's what? It's this country in my hometown in July here. So definitely the outreach. Really, what I'd like to do is get some of these veterans.
Just like not the big influencer.
Got a person for that, but yeah.
Or somewhere. But,
fell down again.
I got you. Hey, just you popping on. Don't you think that, hey, Twitter has helped you out with that? Now we're ready.
These things have helped us.
You really would love to talk to Marlon and Julie and Goats and some hands on it. And so I want
that you take. I would suggest that anybody who is on the verge of being diabetic look into mulberry leaves.
Incredibly low. Sometimes. So
in the tech world these days, the stock market, but there's another investor that pulled out of
around him. He sure is.
Reasons why General Flynn
the Israelis to take care of it. In the back of my head, True, I feel like Trump's actually putting Israel in a box.
Some employment.
You rinse and repeat.
So when you're letting people in, make sure that their values align with yours. I think that's probably the most important part. And people tell on themselves, they really do.
But I'm thank you for giving me a mic. I have to go. I might rest of my days tied up in appointments, so I have to get off and get ready for that. I'm going to try to get back in here and do some. I seen you guys had a Protect the Children space, and hopefully I can jump into one of those and update you guys on what we got going on. I do want to say I highly appreciate all of you. Love all my friends and even my haters, and appreciate you guys even down there in the anonymous listening section. Hopefully we can continue this conversation at a later date if I can get up early enough, because I stay up pretty late writing articles. I do want to say that too, guys. If you guys, 500,000 views, appreciate you, Marlon. Thanks for letting me speak.
Jeremiah, if you have the links, throw
Thanks, Jeremiah. And hey, yes, hey, we're going to be talking about that in links. There's a case. Happy to see it. Maybe it is changing. But let's just hold the brake here.
Can I ask Jeremiah a quick question on that General Flynn thing?
Church, I think is what's called. I'm not sure. And that's another thing too, guys. Extensively how they're using this against.
I'd come at it from the
Hey,
opposite side.
No, that's okay. Real quick too, Roll. I did put down in the purple bubble defender of
knowledgeable.
Well, thanks, Jeremiah. Thanks for stopping in, kind of, hey, telling us what's going on. And I think we just want you get to respond, and then we'll go to you, True.
Just kind of adjacent to what Jeremiah was saying and what I was saying earlier. Last year,
Einstein, I think that's the way we should treat it. Heather, go ahead, Heather. Why don't you get to respond, and then we'll go to you, True.
on the app, and if you just watch patterns, and I think that's probably is trouble to do puzzles under protect yourselves.
So whether it's a local, state, county, if they come off like the career politician, that are born in our retirements that test in here, that's the best part.
Similar minded, love America. If you don't love America,
get onto this app and they talk about, oh, you can just get involved and you can do this. You are a donor. And that's the way.
I'm probably going to change the set of rule. My
acting on fighting through this help from the media here. Its own are some of them.
Nah, some people put on a good game. Time tells all. Especially the politicians.
I just want to kind of go on Heather. And we only got like 8 speakers, 100 people in here, and 25 reposts. If you go down there, hit the little up here and talk their opinion and to that code, the whole thing. So I just want to talk about this for 1 second. Towards vaccine safety, what Marlon talks about all the time. The businesses were closed. We quit 25 safety signals.
The vaccine, but they're talking about the
had until 2026 to complete these wind projects.
And I mean, the difference between
a couple other countries too, pretty
living in an apartment, never
one donors. Of course they're going. Smalls and all the shot there, and we'll say.
And then people say they're useless.
No, just everybody have a good day. Thanks, Marlon.
you.